was set right at the beginning by Mr. Jamshedji that what you do, why you set up a business, is actually for the larger community. And community is not just one part of it. And I think that is something that is very dear and clear to all of us who have followed over the last 200 years. The other one is a story. Actually, when we were doing the JV, I happened to be a part of the team that was doing the JV between Tata's and the Starbucks. And I had actually the privilege of meeting Howard. Howard is the person who set up Starbucks and is globally renowned for where Starbucks is today. It is his company, in a manner of speaking. So Howard, I asked as to why did you choose Tata to get into India, amongst the other reasons in terms of size, scale. And I thought he would talk about the size, scale, the name Tata. He said actually we had looked at various options in terms of setting up and who we wanted to partner in India with. And most of these corporates, when we went to speak to them, used to talk about their infrastructure, about their profit, about their top line. But the Tatas actually took me to Coorg and showed me actually the sustainable practices that they do, the rain harvesting, and they actually took me to Swastha. They didn't even take me to a boardroom. They first took me to Swastha, which is actually one of the initiatives that Tata Coffee has to help the community and differently abled children to find a livelihood and to sustain themselves. He said that actually ensured that I realized that we have a shared value towards the larger community, towards the environment, towards sustainability. And that is the kind of organization we wanted to partner with. So that is the background with which I stand in front of you to showcase as to what Tata Starbucks has been doing, or Starbucks has been doing in this area. So to begin with, just a bit of context. If you can go to the next slide. So today, Starbucks, we started in 2012, so we are not a large organization. We have been in India now for around 13 years. We started with that first store on 19th of October 2012 in Mumbai. Today, we have 500 stores. In fact, we celebrated over 500 stores actually last week. Today, we are there in 80-odd cities. If you had asked me 15 years back, 13 years back, when we were doing the JV, whether Starbucks would be beyond the metros, I would have actually said not possible. But the fact that today we are there in 80-odd cities is by itself, I think, a testimony to what this country can do. I don't want to go through the numbers in terms of the store expansion, and the reason for showing this chart is actually, if you look at when you want to grow and when you want to do good, it all starts actually in a corporate with your people. If I do right with my people, then the rest of it will also happen. The people will then also want to do good for the larger society and for the larger environment. So this slide is to actually showcase some of the initiatives that we have done for the people, for the larger community. If you see, we were the first company in the retail sector to give 5 days week. And when we say 5 days week, it sounds very simple, but actually it is a 16% increase in your wage bill. And that is a cost that you incur without actually any return, in a sense. If I was to go to my board and say that I'm making it a 5-day week, they would say that it increases cost by 16%. What do I get in return in terms of productivity or in terms of increase? But the reason we did that was it is important for the women employee, and when we talk about inclusion in terms of work-life balance. And we actually saw that. The attrition rate over a period of time reduced. The second thing that you would see that we did was actually we made a public statement that 40% of all our employees would be women going forward, and equal pay for women. Because again, for us, it is important that we have enough diversity and inclusion as a company as we move forward. And we are today at around 38%. But to showcase that, we have also have nearly 30-odd all-women store. And again, someone might say, what's the big deal about having women's store or all-women's store? The fact is that the labor laws in this country require you to have a lot of rules and regulations. Say, for example, and it is a state law. So there are many states, actually, if you want to have a women employee after 7, you need to provide them with transport, you need to provide them with security. That, again, is a cost. And someone could say, again, why do we need to do that? But it is, again, about your commitment to the larger cause. And I think in the long term, as I mentioned right at the beginning, it's not just about making profit, but it is also about doing good for the community. And I think, like I mentioned, it's about doing good first for your people. If you do good for your people, then the rest will also follow. And I will talk about that. So it's not that I just wanted to talk about what the people did, but those were some of the initiatives that we have taken. Say, for example, parental insurance. Again, in the retail, people give insurance to the employees, and actually many of the corporates only do that. But I realized that after COVID, and we have a fund where we help our partners, and when I say partners, they are the people who work in the retail stores. The average age is 23. They come from socioeconomic backgrounds where it becomes very difficult for them in terms of the kind of money that they earn and in terms of the family backgrounds. After COVID, we realized that most of the request of funds, actually all the request of funds, was actually for the health and welfare of their parents. And so we realized that there is something that we need to do for the good of these people and give a parental insurance. The first thing that we did was actually request and say that, okay, you give 50% of the insurance amount and we will give 50% of the insurance amount. We only had 7% of people who actually took that offer, though the insurance amount was less than 10,000 rupees. But even 10,000 on an annual basis. But even 10,000 rupees on an annual basis is a huge outflow of cash for many of them. And they actually didn't want to do it. So we actually then went ahead and gave parental insurance to each and every one of our employees. So those are just examples in terms of what we have done for the people. If we can move to the next slide. So beyond the people, what is our philosophy? Like I said, we also don't want to do good for the sake of doing good or for charity. It is not that I will just donate X amount of my money on a year-and-year basis and do some charity work. That's not the philosophy that we have. Our philosophy is that it needs to be linked to what our business is and do it in a manner that it is a cooperation across and helps us to sustain our business while also helping us to sustain the community and the environment at large. So the three areas that we concentrate in terms of our philosophy, first is coffee, and I will talk about how it links back to the community, to the environment, because that is the main piece. The second I've already talked about, which is our people. If you do good with your people, they will do good with your customers, and you will do good as a company. The third is the community that we operate in. We have a larger philosophy where we believe that it is not just, when we open a store, it is not just about coffee, but it is like a community center. And hence, what we need to do is for the community. We just don't need to sell coffee, but we need to work towards what is required by the community. And that is, in the next 5 to 6 slides, I will talk about the first part, which is coffee, and how we work on the larger environmental impact. And I will talk about what we do from a community point of view in terms of environment and sustainability. We can move to the next slide. So when it comes to our sustainability initiatives and in terms of the community initiatives, what are the challenges? The first challenge is in terms of the coffee growing and the farmers. So if you look at coffee in most parts, and the coffee that we use is Arabica. The next slide actually has some more facts and figures, mainly from an Indian context and to set the Indian context. But if you look at it's, in a sense, it is like tea. It comes with its own challenges from a social impact point of view, from small farmers' point of view, in terms of usage of water, the kind of varietals in terms of pests, in terms of erosion of the soil standards over a period of time because of use of fertilizers. So how do we work with the small farmers? How do we work with the farmers to ensure that they have the right agronomy practices, they understand the impact that coffee growing has in terms of the environment, in terms of the climate, in terms of the usage of water, and how is it that we can contribute? I will come to that in a minute in terms of the subsequent slides, but that's the first part and the challenges are quite clear. The second part, which is about our neighborhood, which is about our community, is in terms of, I think again, these are simple things. It is about water. We do realize that that is an eroding resource, and how do we have commitments from an ESG point of view in terms of our carbon footprint, in terms of waste, in terms of water, and how we do it at a community level. We will talk about that. You can see some of the facts and figures on the right-hand side. And the last part I have already talked about in terms of people, which is in terms of access to good education, training, and equal opportunities. If we can go to the next slide, please. So when I look at the challenges, I spoke about the farmers and who we work with, but if you look at the Indian context, and not just the global context, if you look at the Arabica production, that is only 30%, the growth rate is actually declining year on year. So it is not just a question of doing good, but as I said, you need to ensure that it is also for your business. So the two are very closely linked, and that is one thing that we all need to learn, that if we don't do good for the planet, if we don't do good for sustainability, in all probability our businesses will cease to exist over a period of time. And nothing is more true than coffee production. Coffee production is declining over the years, productivity is coming down, and given the use of water, if we don't do the right things, and if we don't work with the farmers, then in 50, 60 years, you might not have coffee. You will not have cocoa. You will not have many of the plants that we today think about and take for granted. So it's not just for the larger environment, but it is also from a selfish reasons for the corporates. And that is something I think is very important for all of us to learn, that when we do any of this, it is a win-win situation and it is not just about charity. And I think that's the main message, if anything, that you need to take out from this session, is that both win at the end of the day. It's the community, the environment, and the corporate. So Arabica is an issue. So that is something that we need to work on. There is, as we said, high pressure on yield and cost. There is a structural slowdown, which could actually lead to extinction. Waste management in plastic is the other area which affects our stores. Those are actual numbers from India, 9.3 million metric ton of plastic waste every year. 40% is because of single-use items. The government has obviously taken a lot of initiatives, legislation over a period of time, but it is also about finding alternatives. You know, many a times we put a legislation or we want to do good, but what are the alternatives? And are the alternatives at a cost that can be afforded? You know, everyone has good in their heart, but how do you translate that goodness into something that is easily accessible, something that every one of us can do? You know, when I say I will ban plastic, but how do I take my stuff from the store home? What is the alternative? Is there a cheaper alternative? And many of it is also about behavior change. For example, a simple thing that we have started doing in the stores is actually encouraging people to use reusable cups or bring their own cup from home. And we actually promise to give people back 20 rupees or reduce 20 rupees from the cost of a drink if you bring your own cup. Now the 20 rupees, many of people might laugh given the price that Starbucks charges. 10 rupees, 20 rupees is hardly any difference, right? And that's true. But the idea is about creating that moment of consciousness. When a person comes in terms of creating that behavior change, that I can make an impact and I'm not going to throw that plastic into a bin. Or for example, we were actually one of the first guys to change, if we can go to the next slide actually. Sorry, it's in the subsequent slide, but we were one of the first when it came to plastic to move away from plastic and move to reusable, though it is a huge cost. So those are some of the initiatives that you need to take in terms of single use. Before I come to the community, I just wanted to talk a bit more about what we do with the farmers. So for the farmers, I think, and in terms of sustainability and the environment, because as I said, that is the mainstay of where our focus has been. What Starbucks has been doing for the last 30 years is actually we have what we call as the farmer support centers. There are 10 farmer support centers across the globe. In fact, we just announced our 11th one, which is in India last week as part of a 500 celebration. What the Farmer Support Center does is three things. One, it works with the small growers and the farmers to actually tell them about the best practices in terms of agronomy from around the world and best practices that used to exist in the sector in the past and which might have been forgotten or not being followed anymore while we are chasing productivity. So there is a huge knowledge that has been built over the years across the globe, and we contextualize it and share it with the farmers. This is open agronomy, so it is not just shared with the farmers that I go to, but with each and everyone who wants to access it. Two, and which is more important, is about ensuring that each and every farmer gets the right economic value. So we ensure that when we buy a coffee from any farmer, it needs to it needs to have complete traceability. I need to know that the farmer has been paid a fair price. And I will tell you why this is important. If we want the farmers to adopt the right practices, if we want them to do the right thing, they need to make the right money to begin with, right? And it is only someone like me who can ensure that the farmer gets paid the right money. Otherwise, a lot of the money is actually made by the middleman, and the farmer does not make the money. And if the farmer does not make the money, the farmer then does not follow sustainable practices. So every single kg of coffee that I buy from the globe, I ensure that the farmers get the right price and there is traceability. Otherwise, I will not buy. And I can tell you this with guarantee. I went to Sumatra a few days back. Sumatra is a coffee growing region. And there the coffee, unlike in India where we have larger plantations, is actually grown. It is all done by women. And it is done in the back of their houses because they use the kitchen garden actually to grow coffee. So they are very small portions of land. So to actually ensure that that lady gets her right price takes a lot of effort. And in some ways, it takes a lot of system and processes. But we will not buy unless we know that she has been given the right price. And you then work with the larger community at that level with the women to ensure that the environment and the practices that she follows are the right ones in terms of the usage of water, in terms of the farm produces that she uses, the products that she uses, as also the kind of varietals. The other thing that we do is we actually have what we call model farms. In India, again, we have announced that we will open 3 model farms for coffee, which is at our own behest. And what that does is actually it works on these principles of agronomy in terms of the varietals, in terms of contextualizing the right, because what works maybe in Brazil and Sumatra might not work in Coorg and Chikmagalur. So we need to first bring those practices, try it out for ourselves, see what works within the knowledge level that the Indian farmers have of the past, and what are some of the best practices. So you do that in the model farm, and you then pass it on to the farmers. So the first part is investment in this model farms, and that is what we do across, and that is what the cafe practices is all about. If we can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we have just announced this, so we can move on. I've already spoken about this. So these are actually the farmer support partnerships, and as I said, the 11th one we just announced last week. So it's actually spread across all the coffee growing regions. So it does 2 things. It helps us to work with the farmers in all the coffee growing region. Plus, it also helps us to collate knowledge, which in many cases is actually getting lost. Because, you know, in the past, we actually did things which were right. It is only when we started chasing more and more productivity that many of these practices got compromised in some ways. So it's about using the latest technology, but also going back, and I think that's what the session is about today. How do we learn from the indigenous cultures? I think that's what the Farmer Support Center tries to do, and then give it back to the community. So that's actually the whole idea in terms of what we do for the Farmer Support Center. So if we can move to the next slide. I've already spoken about all these in terms of what we plan to do, but specifically for India, we have a goal of 2030 where we have said that we'll have 10,000 farmers. We will actually give back to the community by actually donating 1 million saplings, which are right for India in terms of water, in terms of resources being used, in terms of being more resilient. So that's what the Farmer Support Center will do. If we can move to the next slide, please. The other thing that I talked about is the larger community. So that's the last part. So the last 2 slides from my point of view in terms of the keynote. So one is, as I said, the larger part obviously is the farmer, the coffee, and in terms of how we can ensure the environment is maintained and the sustainability. But there is also a commitment that we need to have to the larger community that we serve. Each community in a smaller way, and in the larger way, the country or the nation that we plan for. And in that, I think the important thing is, one is in terms of how can we create stores, because our footprint is the stores. So how can I reduce and create greener stores? How do I use more reusable and sustainable packaging in my day-to-day life and have a supply chain which is more resilient, which is more home-based? It is also about giving opportunity to the consumers to make more inspired choice. So we were one of the first companies to do plant-based beverages so that we reduce our footprint, be it in terms of the choice of milk that you had, be it soy milk, be it oat milk, be it any of the plant-based milks. We also work a lot in terms of hunger relief, obviously because we are in the food and beverage industry. There's a lot of food that sometimes could go waste and goes to the waste, but we ensure that the right kind of food, before it gets wasted or thrown away, we actually ensure that it reaches people who need it on a daily basis. So we actually do that now, and we reach around 150,000 to 2 lakh people on a daily basis in terms of people that we actually share our food with. So but more importantly, it is also about ensuring that there's no wastage. I've already talked about empowered and equal partners, so we can move on. Can we go to the next slide? So these are some of the initiatives that you take for the larger community in terms of what we did. Because I've already spoken about it, and I know that we are also time bound, so I will not re-talk about it. But this is one of the things that for us was a big thing, because a lot of people actually come to a Starbucks and they want to flaunt the cup. They want to use single use. Even if I tell them to use the regular ceramic stuff, the whole idea of coming to a Starbucks is all to show that you have been to a Starbucks. So you want to flaunt. So and that in terms, so there are two things that you need to do for that. One is to ensure that there's no plastic and you use alternate materials for the cup, which is what we did, which costs much more, and it's actually a humongous task because supply chain, like I said earlier, it is easy to say that I'll go out of plastic, but to find some alternates at the right cost is impossible. So you need to pay much more till actually that alternates are developed. Two, I think, which is more important, is to actually create a circular economy. I think in this country, one of the things that is advantageous for us is that labor is not expensive. So you actually should look at renewable in terms of circular economy, and that's something that we do. I think the infrastructure that is actually being created by the government when they blend plastics is also coming through quite beautifully. There is some way to go, but I think I think for India right now, as a first step, a more critical thing to do in terms of and we in general always in an informal manner had a circular economy. We had the kabadiwalas for lifelong, so it is not a new thing in India. Right? In the West, it might be, but in India, we have always done that. We don't believe in throwing away stuff. We always believe in reusing. So it's just about going back and creating that awareness and doing it in a formal structure and ensuring that everyone in that value chain is treated equally, treated well, and given the right dues. If we do that, we already have it embedded in our culture. We already have it as part of a system for many, many years. But that is something that we've been working on in terms of how we can do more. I've talked about plant-based alternative. The other is obviously, given that I reach 8.5 million people on a regular basis and I serve whatever number of cups, I am in some ways an influencer in terms of the people who come to our store, youngsters, the people who work in my store. The average age is 23. People who come to our stores, the average age would be lower. So how do we ensure that they get the right behavioral message? And I think that's an important part of what a corporate does, and that's something that we try to do. As I mentioned, the cup example, it's a small thing, but just to have that when you're paying money creates awareness, saying that if you bring your own cup, I can give you 20 rupees off, and you can flaunt that in terms of your status. So those are some of the initiatives. The last one, which is what we have started, is actually creating stores where the footprint in terms of be it carbon, energy, water is reduced by 50%. We have opened our first store, so if we can move to the next slide, please. We have actually opened our first what we call the greener stores, and our commitment is that in the next 2 years, at least 15 to 20% of all our stores will be greener stores. Again, it costs us more to set up these stores because of sourcing of the material, in terms of the energy source, in terms of what we need to do for water and recycling. But as I mentioned, be it rainwater harvesting, be it in terms of solar energy, be it in terms of materials used, it reduces your footprint by 50%. And that's one of the commitments that we have towards India moving forward. So, yeah, that's broadly what I had in terms of what we have been doing. But as I said, it's also about being two things that we need to, again, in summary, keep in mind that, as corporates, while we chase profit and that's why we exist, our stakeholders have put money, so I need to return their money. But even in terms of ensuring that profitability in the long term, if we don't take care of the community, our people, and our resources, the profit will dwindle. So it is only in our benefit that we actually participate and contribute from day one. And I think that's been the big learning that I have as a person, having led multiple businesses, and I think both the companies that I work for. So for all youngsters who are here and listening, I think as you embark on your corporate journey, as you work and move forward, do remember that it's you will only succeed and your company will succeed if you keep the larger community and the environment in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sushant Das, for such an insightful and an inspiring talk, the leadership talk that we all were waiting for to listen to you and to the numerous works that have happened under Starbucks India. So moving ahead, we now move to the first session of day 2 that is beautifully aligned and that bridges the ancestral wisdom with modern enterprise, asking a very, very powerful question. How can indigenous culture practices redefine ethical businesses in the 21st century? We have already been a witness to the visionary words of Mr. Sushant Das, who has shaped one of the world's most iconic consumer brands in India. Now, to guide the next session, we have an enriching dialogue. We have an outstanding moderator with us, Ms. Reva Malhotra, a communication consultant with over a decade of experience in strategic storytelling and advocacy across sustainability, policy, and enterprise. And joining the panel, we have Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Phukon, Managing Director, Numaligarh Refinery Limited, a leader driving energy transition and green diversification. Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Gogoi has more than 30 years of experience in the oil industry and has been with NRL since 1999. Sir holds the position of Managing Director and also serves as Director Technical at NRL. Under his leadership, NRL is actively involved in discussions on energy transitions and is planning expansion, including a new refinery project and diversification into chemicals and green technologies. We also have with us Dr. Bibha Dhawan, Director General, TERI. Ma'am, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. Dr. Bibha Dhawan, Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute, New Delhi, a position she holds since March 2021. She has had a long association with TERI since 1985 and served as Vice Chancellor of TERI School of Advanced Studies. Dr. Dhawan is a distinguished scientist and a Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, India. Ma'am also holds advanced degrees in botany, plant biology from Delhi University, and has authored 6 books and over 50 scientific publications. I'm also honored to invite on stage Ms. Anjali Makhija, CEO, SM Sehgal Foundation. Madam Anjali Makhija is Trustee and Chief Executive Officer of SM Sehgal Foundation, leading rural development initiatives on water security, food security, gender equity, and community leadership across India. With over 32 years in the sector, including prior COO and director roles at the foundation, focusing on village institution and life skills education. Madam Makhija specializes in strategy, stakeholder engagement, and women empowerment. Welcome, ma'am. I now take the honor to invite Mr. Parvez Alam to kindly take seat on the dais. Mr. Parvez Alam works with NEDA, Northeast Initiative Development Agency, and CML, Center for Microfinance and Livelihood organizations, focused on sustainable development, WASH, and microfinance in Northeast India. He contributes to community-led initiatives for water security, sanitation, livelihood, and climate resilience, supporting Tata Trust's associate efforts in Assam and beyond. His role involves stakeholder coordination for grassroots programs addressing rural poverty and environmental challenges. I leave the forum to Ms. Reva Malhotra to open the discussions.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Most of us here are studying business, policy, environment, media, or technology at a time when the rules of growth are clearly changing. We are inheriting a world with climate stress, resource scarcity, and rising mistrust between companies and communities. What's interesting is that some of the solutions that we are searching for in classrooms, boardrooms, and startups already exist, quietly practiced for centuries by indigenous communities. Today's session, Cultural Practices Shaping Businesses, is really about flipping the script. Instead of asking, how do companies innovate, we are asking, what happens when businesses stop trying to reinvent the wheel and start learning from communities that have lived sustainably for generations? This conversation is not about tradition versus modernity. It's about how indigenous wisdom can guide future-ready careers, responsible businesses, and smarter innovation, especially for those of you who will soon be shaping policy, entrepreneurship, and industry. On that note, Dr. Dhawan, I would like to kickstart the discussion with you. When you hear the phrase indigenous wisdom, do you see it as something from the past or something that can be actively influencing business decisions today?
Well, I always say, if we look at India, circular economy is not something new. Indigenous knowledge or the habit of reusing or using a thing till its last, that is what was taught to us. Also, if we look at how we evolved, like, of course, we had a tough time. First, we were ruled by Britishers, thereafter partition. And therefore, the generations before us, they really struggled, and there was hardly any disposable income. Let's also look at, when we talk of indigenous technologies, if you look at forts, and if you go to the city of Agra, water accumulation never happens, irrespective of how much it rains. And that is how it was planned. So the indigenous knowledge, how to keep the building cool and in winters hot. So those were the things that were already existing. It is that somewhere we lost the vision. We started following what is happening in the West, and therefore there was too much use of glass in our buildings, which is more for keeping your building hot than cool. And therefore we had followed a wrong kind of path. We just started aping West without thinking what are going to be implications. Let's also look at, because once, or rather Mahatma Gandhi said that this earth has enough to meet people's needs, not greeds. And that is what it is, that if you want to live, if you want to, and you live with nature, it's going to provide you with everything. And that is what has really happened, or it's still happening when we go to villages. Even with less than an acre of land, they are able to sustain their families, and pretty well. And soil health is not compromised. It is that when we get into the greed of getting more and more returns, that is where, in a way, it also reacts. So there is a limit. Like when we say that if you grow a crop, what are you doing? The plant is absorbing nutrients from the soil. If you remove everything, you are removing the nutrients. But if you are putting the crop residue back onto that soil, the nutrients are returned. But we don't have time, so therefore we remove everything. And then it becomes a problem. It becomes residue, crop residue burning and so on. So it becomes a pollutant, then an asset to the soil itself. So indigenous knowledge does exist. It is how we use it. It's not old-fashioned. It's something that you need to value right from your building designs to crop management to the way you live otherwise. So even how big your wardrobe should be, so all those things are dictated by how sustainable you want to be.
I'll bring in Bhaskar sir over here. Across fields, what's that one indigenous principle that you think businesses are currently overlooking? And then I would like to bring in Mr. Parvez to comment at the intersection of both of these.
Very good morning, and thank you for having me here. Thanks to Balipara Foundation for organizing such a wonderful event. See, the indigenous practices and the cultural heritage that we have, it also helps the business. Actually, we are not in conflict with that. That is the opening remark that I want to make. Whatever we do, actually, you see, India is a country which has been living not on surpluses for many, almost generations it will be. So we know how to manage with the minimum that we have. So that is one cultural thing that has been ingrained in all the Indians. The last few decades, of course, because of the opening of the economy, things have become more easily available, and cultures and then habits are gradually changing. So do we need to do whatever our peers in the West that did, and then we were over-consuming? The answer is no. Actually, now the realization has also set in with the new generations that we have to be responsible. As in the leadership talk, it was told that how we bring the cup to get 20 rupees discount in the thing. That is one cultural change, the circular thing that we are trying to bring in. As far as NRL is concerned, I would just like to give an example. We have recently commissioned what is known as biorefinery. There we were thinking that how to induce people to grow bamboo the way they used to grow, their forefathers used to grow. See, I have a gray here, not a lot of them, of course, some. But we have seen people in the villages growing bamboo in their backyard. They had the association with bamboo from the birth to the date. Because when people dies in this part of the country, you will see their bodies are carried on bamboo. If there is a marriage in the house, they used to have bamboo. If they want to fence off certain area, it was bamboo. To build a house, it was bamboo. So bamboo was extensively used. Then came the cultural changes where bamboo hardly got any uses. So if you want to have a pandal, you will call somebody to erect a pandal. You have the houses not built of bamboo. So therefore the uses waned, because of which this backyard cultivation of bamboo vanished, because of which we lost a lot of greenery, we lost a lot of carbon sink. What we are trying to do, we want to inculcate that habit back to the farmers or the rural household, where they will have bamboo cultivation in the backyard. And we have put a beautiful aggregation model. We will not say that we have copied entirely from Amul, but we have modified and copied somewhat from Amul, so that it is a distributed model. It's not we have given a contract to somebody and he will mop up entire bamboo right, left and center. So we have a sustainable model which has been put in place. And we, with the sync of the original cultural heritage that this part of the country had, we want to promote bamboo cultivation, which will be the main feed for our bamboo-based ethanol plant. So I'll stop at that.
Very interesting. I will bring in Parvez over here. You've been working at the intersection and crossroads of all of these things that we've discussed. What's your viewpoint of having worked with corporates, with CSR initiatives, and if you've had the chance to work with indigenous people as well?
So, trust has been working in all of this space for the last, 80 odd years. And we have been investing like Tata Trust, I mean, Tata family itself is investing about 66% of their wealth into all of these developmental work that we are doing. I think, for the last 50 odd years, what we have seen is literally, profit maximization was the core of every businesses. And that has led to, the kind of plunder that we have seen of Mother Earth is completely unparalleled right now. So coming from the, philanthropy and, development sector background, what I would request, see, I am a firm believer that only corporates, only businesses can help us. That's there. So lot of capacity building program that is being run over the last 50 years. Lot of these, programs for, within the community has been done to enhance, various kind of skill set in non-farm, farm, all sort of livelihood programs. What is missing is the, end-to-end connect. So what happens is that the organizations, implementing partners will take money, will go to these places, will do the capacity building, and then they'll come back, submit report, that's done. That's not going to solve the problem, and that is not solving the problem at all that we have seen. So our SHG's model have failed, our cooperative models have failed, our various kind of social entrepreneurship that is there on the ground have failed. So why do all of these things fail? And the primary reason is that we are not looking at the entire value chain holistically. And once we do that, I think that is when we will be able to solve these, very minute problem. And trust me, when we say that, indigenous people are, community, within the community, within our communities, we have immense wisdom to make things right, to do things sustainably, not, just eye-washing or greenwashing. It is truly sustainable in all sense of the term. What is lacking in the corporate right now is that, they have whatever 2% CSR money that they have. What I see, from this background is that generally they will all keep running to us at the end of the financial year, around at the end of the financial year. So which is going to be always October. So you'll find donors around October, September running like a chickenless head. You get that, where should I invest this money? Where should I just, spend this money? And their spending pattern is really problematic where, what they want is just boards. Their boards with the logo, etc. And they want us to invest in hard goods, which is like put table, chair, do some decorative work, put their logos, etc. there. That mindset has to change. I think if we plan ahead, utilize this money for the, developmental, I say this, with every community you can do with, A, B, C, D, E, F sort of a parameter, where, your A is always about, I mostly deal in non-farm livelihood. So for me, A is always artisan or, the farmer, who is there. And B is your business development that you have to do with artisans and farmers. C is your communication and branding. So communication and branding it plays a major part. Then you have your D is design and development. So in every a little tool that they have, we need design tweaking. The mind and the hand has to work together. What has happened over the last 70 odd years, we have been going to the moon, but nobody is coming down and helping my weaver to develop a small dyeing vessel. That's the problem. So we have to do a lot of design and development. And then there is E, larger ecosystem. How do we revive the ecosystem that India had? So we have to invest money in this, wherein in all part of India, wherever you see handloom, you will find that within the vicinity of that particular handloom cluster will basically be about, let's say, in Northeast, it is, slightly sparsely spread out. So you will have, 40 kilometer of radius, but in metros, And also, like municipal corporation areas, you will find, or revenue areas, you will find them in 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer radius. And what, used to happen earlier was that everything related to that practice was within that area, within that geography, that we have dismantled. Now think about it, that I am getting cotton from my Assam weaver from Coimbatore. It doesn't make sense. We used to grow everything right here in our backyard. We used to have a beautiful, indigo dyeing practice called, Assam indigo. And we used to grow beautiful cotton here. But we have just lost this, thing because of research and development, and because, I think we were trying to maximize the profit, and hence everything was centralized. Now coming back to F, my F is financial inclusion. That, I mean, lot of us, know, don't know how to handle money. To be very frank, I am one of them. I don't know how to handle money very nicely. So, I mean, if we go out, if we teach artisans how to handle money properly, and also how to leverage money properly, I think most of these problems will be solved. And this is where, I feel corporates can help out, because out of whatever government sanction in, let's say, government has sanctioned certain amount of money in various schemes, only 30%, 40% get utilized, rest go back to the government. That is where, corporates can play a big role.
Sure, I'll bring Miss Anjali over here to develop further on what her experiences have been and how can we learn from indigenous communities to scale, to develop partnerships and take those learnings along.
Yeah, so I do echo with you, but how do we now tie up this CSR with indigenous community initiatives? I think I will talk a little bit on more. So ours was a philanthropic organization and still is, Sehgal Foundation, and Dr. Sehgal is a philanthropist, but he's from the corporate world, and he had multiple seed businesses, and so we thought, we will just use our money, and for 15 years we just worked at our own pace, working with the communities, working on sustainability and community-led development. And it was only in the past 10 years that CSR partners, they started approaching us, that just to create a larger impact, it is always good to have partnerships. But having said that, we were very sure that we would have partnerships, but the motto is community-led development. And I think CSR funding is going in health and education, comparatively less is coming in, water, wash, and, livelihoods, farm-based livelihoods. And of course, in Northeast, it's even less. So in terms of, partnerships in the Northeast and in the Himalayan range, I think there is tremendous need. They are the lifelines of our country. And the investment is very much critical. And we work in Uttarakhand in 90 villages. We don't work in the Eastern Himalayas, but other areas. And in our partnership projects with CSR, we have seen multi-year shift. There are now multi-year grants, even though you have, per year project, but it's 4 to 5 years least. And the community-based indigenous systems are reviving. Yesterday I talked about solar lift irrigation or gravity-based water systems, which are managed by communities. And we always tell our partners, we do not invest in any infrastructure in the first 6 months if there is a new community. It doesn't work, it's like a contractual job. So it takes time, and what we build is social containers and not just water containers, right? So these two, I think, have to align. And of course, there are farming agricultural practices which work together through FPOs on similar crops, not as a collective or cooperative or SAG, what you were mentioning, but there are clusters who can take on farming, for example, almond-based cluster or kiwi-based cluster. So economies of scale are developed, and the indigenous varieties. And I know Dr. Vibha talked about soil health, which is again, a farmer uses a lot of chemical fertilizers. We need to have those soil health, good soil health promoting and water efficient agricultural practices.
Sure. I'll bring Mr. Bhaskar in over here. We've talked about the learnings from indigenous communities and how to bridge that gap. Do you think business and versus community is some sort of a false divide? And if business truly adopted indigenous ideas like, say, stewardship or community consent or long-term thinking, then how would decision-making change, especially in high-impact sectors like yours, energy, infrastructure, or maybe agriculture as well?
See, you see the landscape of business is very fast changing. See, almost all the big corporates are now reporting that business responsibility and sustainability reporting. It's called BRSR reporting. It has become compulsory. It promotes something called triple bottom line approach. Most of you must be knowing. It's a people, planet, and profit. So that being the contour of the thing that is happening currently in the corporate world, you see more and more funds are coming for the social connect that the corporates are having. Now, one of my co-panelists has said that corporates are spending 2% of their profit, but it is mostly going to the infrastructure creation rather than touching people's life. Suppose you build a building of a school, that doesn't ensure that the quality education is imparted. So people are more keen to have the building in place, but not they will not invest in education because it is not readily auditable. So people also fear that if I spend something and I cannot be audited, people will castigate me for wasting that money. So those concerns are there, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. It is mostly coming through Companies Act 2013. Give some more time, but now it is gathering momentum with the SDGs in place, that Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them. I think most of the corporate and responsible...
He's raising questions around quantification of impact, which sometimes could be intangible or long-term. So as somebody who's worked, in the sector and is asking very valid questions, what are your thoughts?
So, see, I think there is no divide as such between the corporate and the social developmental work that everyone is doing. It's just that I think we have to be a little mindful of what we are doing. Just that. I think that I wanted to clarify. It shouldn't feel like that there is a bashing of corporate funding exercises that happen. See, I'll give you a basic example. So the law that we have currently, I think Bhaskar sir can correct me that it permits me only for 3 years of spending in CSR money. That's problematic because I am telling you, I have been part of this sector for the last 14 odd years, and I say that working with the community is working with human beings, right? And you ask any HR, they'll tell you that the first principle is managing human beings are the most difficult task, correct? So how can you say that we'll bring in certain qualitative changes, not quantitative changes? I'm not interested in them also. Okay. Quantitative is very easy to. It doesn't make sense. And I think that wisdom has to come somehow. I understand government where they are coming from. A lot of misuse has also happened in the past, and they want to curb that. But that's not the way to curb it. You will have to bring in, more regularity framework, maybe, do something else, regular checkups, etc., to ensure that these things are happening. But I would say that these, I think corporate have more power because they have more money. And I think, if they go back to the government that this rule doesn't suit us for the, sustainable development that we want within the community, I think they will bend down. They will definitely change this.
Dr. Dhawan, you work at the intersection of both at TERI, and you've authored so many books. Where do you see science, technology, tradition, and finances meeting, at one place? Is it possible? How do we bring them to a middle ground?
Sure. In fact, I'll also like to comment on the discussion as a whole. Corporate social responsibility, I'll say Tata started following it much before it became a rule. In fact, TERI was set up by Tatas as an autonomous, not-for-profit organization which should look at developing public goods and also looking into the problems mankind is going to face in the future, and energy being the most important one, and our name was Tata Energy Research Institute. Now let's look at where we are. Very rightly mentioned that there are needs of the communities, there is indigenous knowledge available, but let's also look into the only static thing in the world is change. And therefore, that knowledge needs to be empowered with new technologies. I think it was 2007, TERI launched a program, LABL, Light a Billion Lives, because our villages were not electrified. And just giving one lantern was a game changer, because you have deliveries in the middle of the night with no electricity, and that lantern became a lifesaver. Families, they never owned. There was an entrepreneur created so that lanterns never fail. So the families will go, pay 2 rupees a day and bring a charged lantern. And that entrepreneur was given solar energy to power those lanterns. Now, of course, all the villages are electrified, so I'm giving an example how it changes. So now we are saying renewable energy for livelihoods, LABL2, which will be launched in February 26. And we are developing on it that how the science and technology, which has, like when we talk of energy security, we talk of power looms, how the machinery can be used so that their productivity is increased as well. Because see, what is the responsibility, or why CSR? It's largely that we want that our communities in rural India, they stay there. They don't have to migrate and live in slums of the cities. We don't want that. And why they are moving? Because they don't have enough money. So it is duty that they are able to generate more and more money while staying where they are. And that's how the culture will be retained. And it is that what they are doing that needs to be taken to amplified so that it becomes an international commodity in years to come. And that can easily be done, like when we are talking of northeastern states. And long back, there was one person who came from Netherlands, and I brought her here. She was very keen to buy bamboo handicrafts. And I took her to many artisans, and the answer was, the moment she'll talk of 1,000 pieces, 10,000 pieces, they said we can't produce. But that is what, and we also have to learn from China, how they have done it. So therefore, over here also we have to see what is it we can teach to these artisans, and how do we help them to take their product to international level. There are success stories from India as well, and it has been done by communities in Rajasthan, and many of their products have been taken. So here also that's what we require. Science and technology, so renewable energy, or even food processing in terms of giving them cool chambers, solar dryers, so that they are able to produce and compete in domestic, if not international market.
I'll bring Ms. Anjali over here. How has your experience been building on what Dr. Dhawan said, working with these communities, and how do you help them scale? What's also the role of young people over here, because they have more energy, they can spread more awareness around these things and change the practices on ground?
Yeah, so we work on farm-based livelihoods, and you know, agriculture. Yesterday also there was a session, and we have this whole group of youngsters who do not want to perhaps, you know, join the area of agriculture. But it is not just in Himalayan region. You know, we work in 13 states, and if you go and ask, do you know if there is a BSc agriculture degree? The rural communities do not know. You know, they work in the farming area, but they do not know there's a technical degree on agriculture. So, you know, working with the communities on, you know, what is relevant, what is replicable, and what is resilient. These are the 3 R's. And especially in the area of agriculture and watershed management, we have tremendous examples how the communities and the young people have taken on, initiatives. For example, we have an initiative called Farmer Field School. Now, that FFSC is basically, we have a young farmer who builds a school, for a poly house, a good quantity seeds, inputs, fertilizers, pesticides, then in marketing. So it's like a school which is catering to a cluster of villages, and he or she takes pride in what, they are, spreading the knowledge which they are disseminating to the communities around. So these are very important role models. We have women's group. I talked about women leadership schools yesterday. And sometimes it is difficult. We had one of the CSR partner. So in any initiative on agriculture, if we use, for example, water efficient agricultural practices, the water is reduced by 40%, the productivity is increased by 20-25%. But the process is slow. Women, we have concepts like Krishi Sakhis, and they take time because they have never been outside their houses. It's unlike in Eastern Himalayas. In many of the states, women are, restricted to their, houses. And the partners said, no, we want to see increase in productivity, and we don't care whether it's women or men. We just want numbers, quantitative numbers. And so we refused. So, and then there are other partners who work with us beyond 3 years. I mean, they have 3 years project, but then they renew in the same area, increase the clusters. So I think long-term working with the community-based institutions, it increases both quantitative outputs as well as qualitative. We talk about SROI, but SROI in some terms of, say, water and agriculture will be very high. But in terms of community engagement, it is low, right? So we need both, I think, for sustainability of all our programs.
We need to be developing together, and we need to develop communities that listen. We need to develop infrastructure and CSR models that are more tied up with the reality on ground. Parvez, I'll bring you in over here. What can indigenous governance systems like community managed water bodies or collective farming, as Ms. Anjali was talking about, teach institutions and companies about working with communities instead of for them?
This is very unfortunate that, we do not have a, very robust community institutions in place as of now we speak, In the non-farm livelihood, I can tell you that this is not the case. And ma'am told that economy of a scale, that, in handloom it will be slightly challenging. My experience has been completely, contrast to that. So when I entered Northeast in 2019, Kamrup rural women in Nohira area were, on an average, they were weaving on a barter system. Basically, I'll give you yarn, and you will give me one mekla, and you will keep one mekla. That was the system. So on an average, they were earning about, let's say, 2,000 rupees per beneficiary that time. So the entire cluster was started about 5 lakh rupees, per annum. That's the kind of business we were generating there. And then, after 6 years of intervention, deep intervention, these ladies are at 2.5 CR annual revenue. And alone this year, they have already clocked about that, number. So they are going to grow further. And Taj Khazana is one of our partner. What we have been doing is they have a lot of fancy weddings. So we're very conscious of that they have a wedding, and wedding is money for us. So we, linked artisans to these, programs. And scale, they were able to do like 3,000 pieces for one design, 4,000, coming together as a group and doing it. So community institution, what we have done is, we have sort of, dismantled it right now. So for example, NIFT, Delhi was not required. NIFT, Banaras was required first, Similarly, to build the, natural talent, to build the, leadership amongst the village folks. But that has not happened. Now I think gradually and slowly everyone is moving towards building community institution, because what we realize is that they know what they want. We cannot impose anything coming from the outside. So if anything, so for example, I have a mandate to set up community institution now in 4 states, and everyone is like, just get them registered somehow as a section head or whatever, है ना? And we are totally and absolutely against it. And now what we are doing is, can you first make that community institution profitable? Forget about the registration, take care. Profit will be within this community, right? It's not a problem, where the money is going. First, can we show that this particular model is profitable from the word go? And once they are profitable, out of all of these people, they are very smart people, trust me. They can all tell you where they want to register, what is the model of shareholding that they want to have, how they want to run this business. And also, they are very, very smart people. They know that they need industry support, so they want a steering committee also. These are the wisdom that is coming from the community. Within the community, there is a demand that I need. So they know that Tanera is going to be their business partner, Fab India is going to be a business partner, Swadesh is going to be the business partner, and Adyam is going to be the business partner. All of these women are demanding that these folks, from these companies, part of our steering committee, and we have a different kind of committee which is going to run the business. So, I mean, these systems we have to build from the ground up, rather than imposing from the top down. That cooperative model was top down, that SHG model was top down. All of these models that we have seen so far was top down. Now we are trying to build something from the ground up. So that's, I think, the need of the hour.
I'll bring sir in over here. I think, Parvez, you raised a very valid question around scale, which is very significant to corporates while they are investing. So can indigenous practices be scaled responsibly without losing their cultural meaning or just becoming market buzzwords? In your experience, how have you seen or navigated this problem of scale as a corporate?
Our requirement of skill is totally different. See, you run a particular industry or thing, you need a very straight-jacketed kind of a skill. So you need welder, you need rigger, you need fitter to run our sort of industry. See, what probably you are asking, suppose a artisan, whether his initial skill should be tweaked in such a manner that his originality is lost, something like that you are asking. See, in the conversation you must have seen that ultimately it is the market force which has to come down for the profitability of any skill that you demonstrate for producing a product. That is the bottom line. So if you don't have demand for your product, whatever product that it may be based of the product that you produce, you don't have demand, you don't sell, you don't earn money, and you die. So that is the cycle that you will follow. So you have to produce finally the things that people want. One, we started by saying that we have to be very responsible in spending, not consuming. Now, if he talked about a mekhala sadar. In a life, a woman will wear it for 5 times, 6 times when they go for a particular marriage, not all marriage also, and because it costs a hell of a lot of money. Maybe 60,000, 70,000 for a middle class family is also. So you have to be very, very practical where we are heading to. See, we should impart those skills which will produce goods which are in demand. Please be mindful that even people are now demanding handicrafts because they need custom made. And those are the people who have money to spend. And from where this money has come? Because they have been associated with some business or some corporates. So it's a cycle. You cannot, and these are basically market force. Whatever colorful words that we may have to define, basically people have to have money. They can indulge in those habits because a very low middle class or lower class person is not going to indulge in those kind of habit. He will go to a shop which will give him a 200 rupees shirt because it has to be made in a numbers. So you cannot have him compete with the handicrafts. Handicrafts are going to be consumed by people who have money. And that money has come from the habit which are not necessarily from the circular kind of a thing. So while we talk about all these things, this has to be kept in mind. And my last word is that this skills has to produce goods which can be sold.
Dr. Dhawan, I'll bring you here. Who sets the ethical boundaries then? You know, corporates, policymakers, or the communities themselves? Because we're always at loggerheads. We don't want an art form to die, but as I pointed out, we also have to make it marketable. So who sets the boundaries?
Well, it varies from case to case, and I'll say ultimately it's the communities themselves, because, and what dictates, I'll put it this way, that it's the financial benefits that are brought to the community. Let's also recognize that communities have very little risk-taking capacity. And therefore, if you bring something totally new, they are not going to adopt it. So it has to be a gradual change. And I'll just share one example. We are working in Uttarakhand. When we started working there, of course, we found that even the potato varieties that they were growing were almost 30-year-old, and all their stock was infected because it's vegetatively propagated species. So the very first thing when we told them to change the variety, it was, no, we are very comfortable. Then the second thing was that, okay, start growing culinary herbs, and just around the boundaries, don't shift. They started doing it, and thereafter how to dry it and so on. And what we told them, that you sell surplus to us. Not the, if you want to sell it, you're most welcome, but the market is open for you. And something like when we started oregano, they were very happy to sell it for 300, 350 rupees a kg, the dried one. But then, of course, there were lots and lots of buyers who started going there. And today, it is what we were getting 10 years back. We are not even getting 25% of it, because there are other buyers. So we are very happy. We don't want to become someone selling their produce, but they have surety that surplus will be brought by us. We gave them the planting material, which now they are propagating themselves. We told them how to dry it. And one little thing, like just giving them a water tank of 1,500 liters, that changed their entire agriculture. And I myself was shocked. I said, how do they manage? 1,500 is what we consume every day. And then they told us, they said, we don't water the crops the way you do it. We simply give it with a small magga. So that is what we give to the plant early in the morning. So 100% is more or less absorbed by the plant, not lost to the sun's energy. So that is how it is that they should be making money. There has to be a corporate who should help them to market their produce as well, and also bring additional skill sets to them. Thank you.
I'll bring Ms. Anjali over here. How do we ensure the communities remain the knowledge holders and decision makers? As Dr. Dhawan pointed out, that they have to be the custodians, and we build it from there, rather than just sources of ideas for maybe, say, businesses, researchers, or startups.
So I think knowledge is critical, and we have to amalgamate the traditional knowledge with the modern knowledge. Now, I'll give you an example of a failure, for example. You know, we've talked about successes. You know, this was in Ganganagar in Rajasthan, and there was a pond, and basically for livestock. And the capacity of the pond was limited because of silting. So this was many years back. We worked with the communities, and we thought, one of our partners suggested that we should just desilt the pond, you know. So we desilted. Now, as a result, of course, the water level increased. But the livestock, that was the water meant for the livestock, you know. So of course, the water level increased, but there was no water available, and the communities were very, very disappointed. And some of them mentioned that, you know, we had suggested that this should not be done. So it was a big failure. It was success in terms of water. So I think community knowledge is very, 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 very critical, and it has to flow both ways. We work with FPOs in Karnataka, for example. Now, that's a gragi growing area. Now, we don't know about ragi. Many of our agricultural experts, of course, they know, but we have never worked in ragi. So in terms of value addition of ragi processing units, in terms of value addition of other, high value inputs which can be given, we started a groundnut oil unit for that matter, how to diversify their income sources based on what is grown indigenous and how value addition and the productivity can be increased. So the knowledge has to flow both ways, even in terms of watershed. Even though we have hydrologists, we have civil engineers, but where is the flow of water flowing in a village? You know, we work in a Ravli range on watershed. It was completely the communities which have suggested where the contour trenches have to be built, where the check dams, the recharge wells, the nala bunds, the whole topography has to be, they understand that. So I think it is very critical that traditional knowledge is respected, and we are still outsiders for any communities. They haven't asked us to come, and we want communities to contribute for their own sustainability. In all our programs, we have a community contribution fund which is run by the communities. I know you talked about institutions. They are, I think, have to be profitable, because 10,000 FPOs have to be started, and we work with 40 FPOs. Many of them who were defunct. They did not have the proper governance structures, but we thought, okay, let's just start FPOs. But someone has to work with them to take them to that level. So we worked with 40 FPOs which were already existing. So these are the examples which have to flow, both ways.
Great, thank you. Now, bringing back the students in the room and the closing remarks. Sir, I would like to start with you and then move on to everyone for final comments. For young people entering business, policy, science, or entrepreneurship, where do you see genuine opportunities emerging, where indigenous wisdom is taken into cognizance, and what kind of careers or ventures might grow out of this shift or the amalgamation that is happening?
Yeah, actually you see a lot of startups have started going to the roots. There are huge demand of, say, organic food, maybe something which is handicraft in nature. But the startups and the new entrepreneurs are looking afresh into the whole portfolio. And since the technology today provides the market, because if you register yourself in the one of the what you call e-commerce website, actually you become a seller. So that product is visible to all. So my advice to the young entrepreneurs, always chase the revenue. See, the mistake the startup makes, they only chase the valuation. See, it is valuation by revenue game. If I had asked one startup, why don't you start with the revenue? I will pitch on your behalf, because we are promoting a lot of startup. We have a thing called ideation. I was asking him, why you don't chase revenue? Sir, I would not like to go for revenue. The world will know how much revenue I am capable of earning. My valuation can take a beat. That's a very wrong approach to start. My advice to the student is that if you do a startup, always be in sight of the revenues that you are going to earn, because it is the revenue and revenue itself which can sustain. Thank you.
Well, I'll say there are opportunities in every discipline, whether we are talking of food, whether we are talking of artifacts, there is scope. It is your own passion, your own interest, and really speaking, it's always good to be your own master. If you have passion, please follow that and get into a startup. There's a lot of scope, the way India is growing, and more so, as rightly mentioned, e-commerce. So you don't have to burn too much of money. You are visible. There is GEM portal. There are many other portals available where you can sell your produce, and also partner with many others so that you get the right technology.
So I think I want to mention, in addition to what Dr. Vibha has said, women bring in a lot of synergy. I think there is a great potential of women-based enterprises in our country which need to be tapped. And I always say that, you know, breaking the gender stereotypes start from home. They have to start at home. So these youngsters, I see so many young, bright girls who are aspiring to have a good career. I think it has to start at home, and then it will eventually translate in all spheres of your life. And of course, economic independence is the key. And when women come together, I think they make great changes. They make great changes. They can create quantum jump in whatever enterprises they set up, because I think they are great managers. No offense to men, but I think we need both. We need both, but a little more proactiveness for women enterprises, because it has to be tapped. There's a lot of potential. And I think it starts at home. We really need to break gender stereotypes in social aspects, in economic aspects, in all other fronts. Thank you so much.
What Dr. Dhawan said, first, that we are all beneficiary of the corporate system that exists in India. We are all beneficiary of this current system. So now I think what we have to do as citizens, and you guys have a long way to go. I think start spending less, start buying less. I think if we can do less, I think that's the root cause of every problem. So for example, natural dye is also not sustainable. Handloom weaving is also not sustainable. But buying less is. So all of you, you invest in, fast fashion. Everyone wants to show off. Everyone wants to, be visible on social media, etc. Try to get away from that. That's not going to do any good to us as a country, as a, as person as well. It is not going to do any good. Where, something which is rooted in your tradition, for example, a mekhla will last you 100 years. A nice hand-spun by hand-spun eri will last you 100 years. And trust me, even if you don't dye these things, they are still beautiful. So use less is going to be my advice. Don't be the consumer.
Thank you. Yeah. I want to leave you with one thought. The future will not be built by those with the newest technology or the biggest balance sheets, but with those who understand systems, ethics, and long-term consequences. Indigenous wisdom teaches us exactly that. It reminds us that progress doesn't mean dominance over nature or people. It means learning how to live well within those limits. As students, future leaders, and professionals, your role is not just to innovate, but to choose what kind of growth you want to be responsible for. If today's conversation sparks even one new way of how you think about business, careers, communities, then I think we've done our job. Thank you for listening, questioning, and being a part of this dialogue.
Thank you, Riva, and to all our esteemed panelists for that very, very important and insightful discussion. But before we close this panel, I would like to formally felicitate our panelists who have joined us today for the 13th EHNF. I request Professor Dr. Bipul Nath from the Department of Pharmacy to kindly felicitate Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Fukan, Managing Director, Numaligarh Refinery Limited. I request Professor Dr. Pranita Das Madam from the Department of Food Technology to kindly felicitate Ms. Anjali Makhija, CEO, SM Sehgal Foundation. I request Professor Pranita Das Madam to kindly felicitate Ms. Anjali Makhija, CEO SM Sehgal Foundation. Ma'am, I request Dr. Anushri Borua, Professor in the Department of Botany, to kindly felicitate Mr. Parvez Alam. I request Dr. Pranita Das Madam to kindly join in the felicitation. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for joining in this very, very insightful session. I request you to take your seat down. So with this panel, we explored how culture becomes capital, how communication shapes commerce, and how indigenous values can guide responsible and remarkable growth. We come to the end of the first session of day 2 of 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum. We'll break for 15 minutes now. I request all the students are instructed to be seated. I request our dignitaries, our team from EHNF, to kindly guide our dignitaries for a quick tea break. I invite all our esteemed panelists to kindly join for a quick tea break. The children, the school children who have come from Maria's Public School and Royal Global School, kindly join for the tea outside, served outside. Students from Royal Global University, be seated for the next sessions that will begin immediately in just 10 to 15 minutes time from now.
rises the third pole, Earth's largest reservoir of fresh water after the Arctic and Antarctic. Spanning the mighty Himalayan ranges, including the eastern Himalaya and the vast Tibetan plateau, this frozen crown holds nearly 15% of the world's ice, sustaining almost half the world's population, and is home to more than 10,000 plant species, 1,000 species of birds, and 800 species of animals, many of which are found nowhere else on Earth.
The world could lose at least a third of the Himalayan glaciers by the end of this century.
But this vital water tower is melting fast. With a quarter of its ice already lost in the last 50 years, the eastern Himalaya, the HIMASAGAR, is at the front line of a crisis that affects us all. As rivers shrink, forests thin, and seasons shift, communities that have lived in harmony with nature for centuries now face an uncertain future. Yet in this urgency lies a call, not just to witness, but to act. Communities, scientists, and changemakers are reimagining our shared future through innovation, rewilding, and the wisdom of traditional knowledge. At the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, voices from across the world will come together, united by one mission: to secure the future of the Third Pole and the HIMASAGAR. This year, the forum unfolds across 4 leading universities in Guwahati, building an intergenerational dialogue on climate action, science, and innovation. Join us at the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum on the 10th and 11th of December. High in the heart of
In the eastern Himalaya, where rivers shape our valleys and forests guard ancient wisdom, a new kind of growth is rising. For too long, development meant extraction. Today, we ask, can growth heal? The answer is emerging from the land itself. Wild herbs, teas, oils, and forest foods are becoming community enterprises. Every product is proof nature is not a resource to take from, but a partner to grow with. And a new generation is carrying this forward. Rural tourism is restoring villages, creating livelihoods rooted in ecology. Finance is becoming inclusive, empowering women and indigenous entrepreneurs to scale regenerative businesses. This is Naturenomics, where natural capital becomes the foundation of prosperity.
High in the heart of Asia rises the Third Pole, Earth's largest reservoir of fresh water after the Arctic and Antarctic. Spanning the mighty Himalayan ranges, including the eastern Himalaya and the vast Tibetan plateau, this frozen crown holds nearly 15% of the world's ice, sustaining almost half the world's population, and is home to more than 10,000 plant species, 1,000 species of birds, and 800 species of animals, many of which are found nowhere else on Earth.
The world could lose at least a third of the Himalayan glaciers by the end of this century.
But this vital water tower is melting fast. With a quarter of its ice already lost in the last 50 years, the eastern Himalaya, the HIMASAGAR, is at the front line of a crisis that affects us all. As rivers shrink, forests thin, and seasons shift, communities that have lived in harmony with nature for centuries now face an uncertain future. Yet in this urgency lies a call, not just to witness, but to act. Communities, scientists, and changemakers are reimagining our shared future through innovation, rewilding, and the wisdom of traditional knowledge. At the 13th Eastern Himalaya
Before we begin with the session, We have found a room key, room 303. If it belongs to anyone from any of our delegates, kindly let us know. Okay, taking the day forward, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second session of second day of 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum 2025, organized by the Balipara Foundation and jointly by the Assam Royal Global University at the Assam Royal Global University. So this second session focuses on the theme from local to global, scaling social impact from the Eastern Himalaya. In this session, we have as our moderator, Ms. Bipanshi Tamuli, and to be joined by our panelists, Mr. Chimi Rinzin, Professor Mahesh Unyal, Ms. Anuja Nair, Dr. Sujata Upadhyay, and Ms. Monica Kishore. This session brings voices from across borders, mountains, forests, farms, classrooms, and conservation frontlines. To moderate this vital dialogue, we welcome Ms. Bipanshi Tamuli, sociologist working in and around Kaziranga National Park, whose work integrates conservation with community livelihood. With a strong background in social research, Ms. Tamuli works closely with indigenous and fringe village populations to understand livelihood challenges, human-wildlife conflicts, and sustainable development needs. Her work aims to integrate community participation into conservation strategies, fostering a balance between ecological protection and socioeconomic well-being in the Eastern Himalayan region. I now invite Mr. Chimi Rinzin, Country Director of WWF Bhutan since August 2022, advancing conservation programs through partnership with communities, CSOs, NGOs, and government agencies to protect biodiversity and promote sustainable development. With over 20 years in natural resource management, Mr. Rinzin previously led UNDP Bhutan's Environment and Livelihood Portfolio on climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, energy, agriculture, and nature-based solutions. Welcome to the forum, sir. I also take the honor to invite Professor Mahesh Unyal, Professor and Head of the Department of Tourism at Assam Skill University. Mr. Unyal specializes in medical tourism, sustainable tourism, MICE, and hospitality. Dr. Unyal's research focuses on tourism and hospitality trends, including SWOT analysis of medical tourism, customer satisfaction in hotels, and sustainable challenges with publications cited on Google Scholar. A PhD holder with extensive faculty development and international training, Dr. Unyal leads academic programs, NAC coordination, and conferences promoting skill-based tourism education in Northeast India. Welcome to the forum, sir. I take the privilege and honor to welcome Ms. Anuja Nair to the podium. Anuja Nair is a lecturer in the Department of Food Science and Technology at the College of Natural Resources, Royal University of Bhutan, Lobesa, Punakha. She researches chemical composition, microbial quality of traditional Bhutanese foods like dachi cheese, and discourses on climate change in Bhutan Himalayas, contributing to sustainable food systems and environmental studies. With a BTech from College of Dairy and Food Science Technology and training from Wageningen University, she engages in international grants from IFS and teaches programs advancing food technology in Bhutan. Welcome once again, ma'am. I take the honor to invite Dr. Sujata Upadhyay, HOD Horticulture, Sikkim University, at Sikkim University, where Dr. Upadhyay has been contributing significantly to advancing horticultural science and education in the Eastern Himalayan region, with expertise spanning sustainable horticultural practices, crop improvement, and mountain agriculture. Dr. Upadhyay has been actively involved in research, teaching, and community outreach. She has led several projects focusing on enhancing the livelihood of local farming communities through scientific interventions and innovation in horticulture. I take the honor of inviting Ms. Monica Kishore, an officer in the Indian Forest Service of the 2019 batch, currently serving as the Divisional Forest Officer of the Jorhat Division in Assam. She also holds additional responsibility as Working Plan Officer in Jorhat. Monica Kishore has been active in forest and wildlife conservation efforts in the region, including sensitizing students and communities on environmental issues such as plastic pollution and sustainable management of natural resources. So, from Bhutan to Sikkim, from Kaziranga to community classrooms, this session maps how local action becomes global impact. I now invite Ms. Bipanchi Tamuli to commence the discussion.
So, good morning, everyone. So, let's begin this session. Welcome. So, let me start by naming the session first, from local to global, scaling social impact from Eastern Himalaya. So, we are here to explore ideas that the Eastern Himalaya is not just a landscape to be saved, but it's a solution powerhouse for the world. So our focus is very clear: identify real grounded models from this region that can scale, whether in conservation, food system, youth scaling, or even forest governance, that what will take and move those success stories and become those global reference points. If you're working in policy, research, livelihoods, or community action, the conservation is about turning a good project into a global playbook, positioning the Eastern Himalaya as a global center for nature-positive development. So the question here is no longer can this work, it's about how far this can travel everywhere, making it from local to global. So if I have the floor, can I start my questioning round? Yeah. So I'd like to start with Mr. Chimin Rijin. Sir, so we know Bhutan is globally recognized for community-led conservation. So in your opinion, which elements of Bhutan's model are most scalable for the other mountain nations? Sir, if you mind elaborating on that.
First of all, thank you to the management as well as Balipura Foundation. Just wanted to say that today is the International Mountain Day, and I think it's a fitting moment for us to discuss the issue that you just mentioned.
Yes, sir.
That's number one. Number two, I again want to thank the management of the university for making me part of the tree plantation. I never expected that. It was a big surprise. I think it kind of marks the moment of how significant today is in my life as well. So that being said, I think we all know about conservation. If you look at history, if you read history of the evolution of conservation, you would notice that it started from the establishment of Yellowstone National Park in the 1800s, right? So it was basically based on fortress conservation, as we call it. So it was basically focused on excluding people, protecting certain species of importance, be it forest, be it animal, and it was purely based on regulation, right? A police kind of a mindset. So that's how conservation evolved. It's not to say that we never had the practice of conservation, traditional knowledge and everything. It was there, but basically that's how it started. Bhutan basically started conservation in the mid-60s, 60s, 70s. That was the period. And when Bhutan started the conservation program, there was a single focus in mind. The question surrounding that focus was, why are we doing conservation? That was number one. Number two, for whom we are doing the conservation. And number three, most importantly, is how do we do conservation so that it has relevance. So in answering that question, there was a clear focus of making sure that conservation has a human purpose. And that is why in Bhutan, the moment we started conservation program, it was never about excluding people. It was never about uprooting the people and sending it to other areas. It was never about creating a special reserve forest or a special sanctuaries where people cannot go. It was never about creating a space for elite individuals to go and experience and enjoy. And that decision was a conscious decision, and it was based on the fact that people had a century of relationship with nature. So when I say about, it was created for the purpose of human being, it basically means to say that we, government recognized, the leadership recognized that, people had that intimate relationship with nature. People knew the nature. So it was basically how conservation would serve the purpose of people, right? So in doing so, it's not only nature serving the people or nature needing the people, but at the same time, it was also a question of addressing, people needing the nature. So that was the premises on which, Bhutan's conservation pillar was, based. And that's also one of the reasons I would say that there was a lot of acceptance from the communities, from the people, and that's why we are successful. So that was history. And of course, if you look at the current constitutions, the legal document, it all has, a constitution mandates our forest to be 60% in perpetuity. No matter what, at any given time, it has to be 60%. And in the constitution, it's very clear that it is the people, who are the custodian of the nature, forest. So basically, constitution giving that exclusive right to the communities and then people on the ground. So I think that sort of enforces communities to take the responsibilities, but at the same time, it enforces government to make sure that community has a space, has a role to play in conservation. And of course, if you look at the evolution of community forest on practical terms, it has been decentralized. There are so many community forests, which is not to say that India doesn't have or other countries doesn't have, but that has been one of the areas of importance where communities have used that. Of late, of course, we are going beyond protected areas. We are looking at areas where communities have associated, historically, culturally, and how do we designate that as a high conservation value areas so that, it has economic significance, at the same time, it has, cultural and spiritual significance. But bottom line, I would say, is how we approach development itself. It was never about excessive consumption-based, economy. So consciously, it was about GNH. I mean, like many of you must have looked at it. So our GNH, let's say, overarching development policy of GNH basically determines the paradigm of development. How should we take development? If you look at the policy of royal government of Bhutan, many policies, each policy has to be screened through the lens of GNH. There are several criteria. If any policy fails to achieve a standard score of, let's say, 80%, the policy is basically reverted back to the proponent, who is proposing the policies. And the review is impartial, independent. It goes to a series of individuals, not known to the proponent. So, so I would say that these are some of the policy premises or conscious decisions and the recognition of nature and its relationship with people. I think that has really helped Bhutan to achieve where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, the mentions that you have curated have been impeccable. So we understand it is, after all, for the people. So my next question would be to Anuja ma'am. So ma'am, since we're talking about Bhutan and the Eastern Himalaya, so how can indigenous food systems from Bhutan and the Eastern Himalaya inspire the global agroecological transitions? If you can elaborate on that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Balipara, for having me again. When you talk of the indigenous food system, I like to echo on what Dr. Dhawan said in the morning session, where indigenous knowledge, it's embedded in us, Eastern Himalayas. We have been practicing since time immemorial. But I think we lost somewhere during the course of time. And when we look at the modern food system, it's highly unsustainable, and it has a huge contribution to greenhouse gases and loss of biodiversity. So I think it's very important that we bring in this indigenous food system here, because when you look into the indigenous food system, it's highly sustainable. It contributes to the biodiversity conservation almost to the 80%, and also it contributes to the diverse diet. So I think it's very important to achieve this food security. We need to acknowledge the contribution of indigenous food system. And like Bhutan or the Eastern Himalaya, we share the ecosystem, the food culture, the practices. So I think we should promote those practices. And some of the practices that I see indigenous food system are like one very good example. Yesterday also I talked about the seed saving practices, where we need to, I think, invest on the seed practices, not just the banking on those gene bank. We need to bring in the community. Like Chimi sir mentioned, you really have to work with the community to understand and bring in those knowledge to achieve this, whatever we like, the climate resilient or the practices or the sustainable food system to have food and nutrition security for all time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's right. It's about the community. See, scaling is not just about making things bigger. It's about growing without losing the identity and the community ownership. So I'll just revert back to a different section and have my question to Monica, ma'am. So, ma'am, during your service time, so what frontline forest governance models from Assam do you think have strong potential for national and global replication?
Thank you, Bipanchi, and good afternoon, everyone. So I would say, I am strictly speaking from my practical experience, when I say this Eastern Himalayan biodiversity hotspot or Assam in general is a living classroom. It was, I had come from a majorly urban background from the southern part of India, and when I had come here, and from my experience as a forest manager, I would say that most of the solutions which the world is searching for in terms of conservation or in terms of sustainable livelihood are all woven into the knowledge of the people here. So it lives in the people, either the people who follow the rhythms of the rain here, or my frontline staff who read the forest like a map, and all those communities who have protected nature here. So when it comes to the frontline governance models, Assam has in fact been involved with the communities for forest management and governance since long, be it the joint forest management committees or the eco-development committees, which I think you are working with. So one such initiative was the Sahitya Manishi Upuvan, which was created in many districts in Assam a few years ago. So here, what we had done was, it was completely dependent on the local community's knowledge on the different indigenous species found in Assam, which had medicinal value and which was not known to the public. So these, they were accumulated in an area, something called sample plots, probably most of the researchers here would know. And they are being developed into that kind of a sample forest or sample plots. So this gives knowledge or that, generational knowledge which is lost. We are trying to bring it back. And one more governance model which is a huge success and which is being recognized in the other parts of the country now is the way Assam is handling its human-elephant conflict. And I think everybody here knows the scale of conflict that is present in Assam today. But at the same time, I would say that we are also the most successful state in handling the conflict. Now again, here we are not implementing any high-tech solutions with so many drones in the sky, nothing like that. All we are doing is we are dependent on the knowledge of the frontline guards and the community. they read the movement of the elephant. They understand the movement of elephants, which they have learned from their childhood. And with that, they are trying to drive away the elephants from the human inhabited spaces and provide a safe space for the community and also a safe space for the animals also. So this, in fact, now many other states are coming to Assam to learn, and I think this is one governance model which can be scalable.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, it's been right, like how human-elephant conflict has been a prior concern in Assam, and we've used a community-blended solutions to overcome that. And one of that part, we have some local sustainable livelihood initiatives that we have come up so that the retaliatory actions from the community towards the wildlife is not prevalent, because we don't want that since under Wildlife Protection Act. So let's revert back. So since we're talking about the models, the overview, and the people, community, so now I would like to have some practical knowledge from Mahesh sir. Sir, I would like to ask, what skill frameworks are mostly urgent, needed to prepare the youth for the green, blue, and regenerative economies?
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the Balipara Foundation for inviting me here in this August panel. If you want to prepare youth of the Northeast for the emerging green, blue, and regenerative economies, then you have to connect your youth with the skills. Somehow you have to identify the natural resources, and you have to transform these natural resources into the futuristic jobs. If you talk about the green, the skills or the green, the economy, one of the area that is solar installation and maintenance. One of the biggest area, and you all knows, the Assam is the biggest market in the solar installation. If you talk about, the energy efficient, the housing using the bamboos, it's one of the biggest industry, maybe in the future, there are a lot of jobs are available in these particular sectors. The another one that is a climate, the smart agriculture, especially in the tea gardens. So these are the green skill where the jobs are available. If we talk about the blue economy, that is the skills in fishery management, the skill in sustainable aquaculture, even the river transport, river tourism. Here I want to say one thing, the river Brahmaputra himself is the biggest source of the job employment, because in this river we can arrange so many activities, just like water sports and the other the adventure sports also. So maybe in the future the student, they can get the skills in this particular area. If we talk about the regenerative skills or circular economy, that one of the area that is waste to wealth management or entrepreneur. Now waste to wealth means now how we the plastic wastage to be converted in the housing materials. How we use the wastage of the bamboos into the handicraft. Now, these kind of the areas, maybe in the future we'll get jobs. One more thing I want to say here, that is, besides all these technical things, the digital awareness is required. GIS or drone mapping, it is very useful for flood forecasting. It is very useful for the wildlife protection. It is useful for the community the services or community development programs. So if the student learn all these skills, definitely they will get a job in these particular areas. I want to say one thing here. We all are in Amrit Kal period. Amrit Kal period means it's the last 25 years to be celebrate the 100th year of the independence by 2047. And this Amrit Kal opened, the windows of the opportunity for all of us. In this particular time, our productive population, a productive workforce is more than the dependent population. The productive population means the age more than the 14 years, less than 65 years, and dependent population means less than 14 years or more than 65 years. So now in this time, our productive population is more than the dependent population, even around 70%. Now, if 70% population, if they contribute in the national economy, definitely our GDP will increase. But the problem is only that how you connect your youth with the skills. And it is not possible, we send the student from the small state or the small towns to big cities. Somehow we have to identify the local product here so we can explore the opportunities, right? We can explore the jobs for them. So this.
Thank you so much, sir. So it's been insightful, and actually I'm just liking the panel. It has been so diverse and discussion has been so exciting. I want to take part of it, but I'll just move to our next speaker. So ma'am, Sujata ma'am, we know Sikkim's organic horticulture transition is globally recognized. So what core elements of this model can be replicated in other mountain regions to strengthen climate resilient livelihoods? And it's very similar to the question I've asked, sir. Ma'am, would you continue?
Thank you, Bipanji ji. Thanks to Balipara Foundation and Assam Royal Global University for inviting me. And thanks for the nice question. So we all know that Sikkim is being known for being the organic state. So as the core elements are being talked about, so there are a number of core elements which strengthen it. However, the first point which I would like to say, that being proud of what we have. So Sikkim, like if we talk in terms of our agricultural and horticultural practices, so Sikkim has the, it is not only like this that it is not existing in other states, but regarding the agricultural and horticultural practices, one of the strength points is farmer-producer organizations which act as cooperatives, and the collective marketing for products like large cardamom and other products, they are done. Some other strength points are like this, that what I have visited and seen, that some of the farm schools are run in association or support, with the support of the government only. Like I will elaborate it a little for our students and other audience who may or may not know much about it. So like one farmer may be made the lead farmer. Some crops may be given to that farmer and training may be provided. And that farm school at the place of one farmer may be run for nearly 1 year. That farmer becomes a lead farmer. Then several other farmers near to that farmer, they would also join in the farming of that particular crop. The benefit of this is that there may be more production, there may be cluster farming, which increases the produce from that particular zone. Now, coming to my next point, that importance to the indigenous varieties or indigenous crops or species. Like I am basically from the area of fruit science, and I have been working in the indigenous, mainly on the indigenous fruit crops and species of the region, and nutritional profiling and making other post-harvest products. All these things I have been involved. So what happens when we use the indigenous varieties? No doubt they are more adapted to the climatic conditions. Many of the times they have the genes for disease tolerance, and if we strengthen these indigenous varieties, they are not only important for us, and I would recommend that if many of these indigenous fruit species, vegetable species, all these, if they could be introduced to other states also, like in not only in Sikkim, in other northeastern states also, we have observed that a number of diverse fruit species, vegetable species, number of them they exist. Like if I take name of Maliro, people at Assam they may know, but as I belong from Varanasi, at my place people may not know that Maliro, is it a fruit? Oh yes, it is a fruit. And we can make a very good jam or sauce and ketchup out of it. Then why not to make various kind of products and sell it and popularize it in other states, try to make efforts to introduce them to other parts of the country. And some other strength points are like this, that strength on the traditional irrigation systems, which are gravity driven, like contour trenches, making water harvesting structures are there. Then we have Sikkim has got the geographical indication, that is GI tag for Dalle chili and this Temi tea. So it adds value to that product. That product reaches to the international market. People at other places, they know about it. So why not the other states try to replicate such kind of things? Then protection of plant varieties under PPVFRA. The efforts on maintenance of community seed banks. Like if we talk about the seeds which have developed, many of the communities, they have conserved the seeds for centuries, for several generations. So that also adds beauty to the Sikkim's organic mission. No doubt any effort without the government support is not possible. Sikkim has traditionally been organic. Traditionally or culturally, the use of fertilizers was less, and several initiatives have been taken, like there exists a problem of plant protection, that is diseases and pests may arise when we are not using any chemicals. Then in that case, we have gone to the biopesticides and the solutions which are organic. The main challenge for the organic farming is like this, that we need to produce the organic seeds also, because what we are going for the organic and the seed is inorganic. So efforts, they need to be done in this direction also. Like we talk about large cardamom, ginger, and there is a lot of diversity exists in pulses also. We talk about citrus, lot of citrus diversity exists in the north, not only in Sikkim, but the northeastern region of the country. And there is a lot of potential to it. And if we talk about the, I think I talked about farmer-producer organizations. So so we talk about the livelihood opportunities and options. Like one example I would like to give, that diversification in the livelihood opportunities. I would give one example of Azing's farm at West Sikkim, now in the Soreng district. So it is something kind of ecotourism kind of place where we can go, we can stay, we can see that how we can have a very good honey made from the native bee species. We can have a very good wine prepared from, I don't take, sorry, so but others who take, they can enjoy it. So a lot of things a person can see. So such kind of efforts can be done in other states also, such kind of farms can be made. Like I belong from Varanasi, so one example only nearby, I know it is in Mirzapur district, Jalan's farm is there. Jalan is a big businessman. They have a number of cloth stores and a number of stores all through our city. So such kind of initiatives can be taken. If somebody is coming, why to go to a hotel? Hotel I can find everywhere through the country. I can go to a homestay, I can go to a place like this, I can say that like Ezing's farm, emphasizing on the indigenous things and the things which have been conserved for the traditions. Like I would like to talk about Sri Jordan Lepchaji, who is Padma Shri awardee. And he got Padma Shri for conserving the traditional Lepcha hat. So this kind of efforts can be done in the other states also, that we can emphasize on our own things. So when we are talking about the various this thing, then water conservation structures, I think I already talked. There are the efforts on participatory variety trials also. There are policies and institutional support, and the value chains and post-harvest infrastructures, they are being strengthened in the state of Sikkim. And one more important point I would like to highlight, which is very, very important. Like in Sikkim, what it has been 15 years of working in Sikkim for me, being a person from plain and working in a hill place. So what I observed, that the women play a great role in farming, which I have observed. It exists in literature. It exists in actual also. I have seen daughter-in-laws working in the field, and they are playing an equal and critical and crucial role in taking the home decisions, the farming decisions, and participating in it equally. So that also adds beauty to it. And other states also, they are working, but they should also work in this direction. Like in the prior session also, there was a thing by ma'am that on role of women was highlighted. So that also is one of the beauty of Sikkim's farming. There are efforts on protected cultivation, like polyhouses, low-cost polyhouses are made, which protect the plants from heavy rains. Like Sikkim is a place of high rainfall. Its rainfall spans nearly around 8 months of a year, more than 2,500 millimeter. So what if a heavy rainfall comes? Then the structured polyhouses, in low cost, they can be done in other parts of the country also. The strength to the medicinal and aromatic plants, orchid diversity is there, and this large cardamom, ginger, Sikkim mandarin, all these crops, they are one of the important identity of the state of Sikkim. And government is also working in the direction that they can provide the support to the extent whatever they can. And various farmers training programs are also organized. And I can just take a minute more, Bipanchiji. So like if we talk about avocado, one of the very important crop which we mainly import from the other countries, other places, a lot of avocado diversity exists in the northeastern region. Sikkim is also a place where avocado is found, and local species of avocado also exists along with the Hess and Furtive varieties. And one crop, that is broom grass, that is Thysanolima maxima. So broom grass is also found all through the state, and it can be strengthened. Like recently, I have given a master's dissertation to one of my students on strawberry and broom grass intercropping. So no such kind of effort has been done earlier. So I'm just trying in this direction that if we can make it successful, and it has a lot of values bream grass, it exists as a trap crop also. So a lot of diversity exists in the northeastern region. And this, if we talk about livelihood, then mushroom cultivation is also promoted in the state. This apiculture, beekeeping, and these things which I have seen, and this at some places like fish farming, and the importance to the agroforestry, like elder-based agroforestry system is important in the northeastern part of our country. And I think I would like to end at this point to the question, because a number of things are there, but we should respect the time also. So thank you for the question. I tried my best to cover the points.
Yes, ma'am, it's been very insightful.
Okay.
We got an in-depth
Thank
information on the
Thank you.
agricultural
Thank you.
practices.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So since we're talking about the agriculture indigenous foods, so I just have a brief question for Anuja, ma'am. Ma'am, so what role do you think local crops, fermentation traditions, and community farming systems play in climate resilience?
When you talk about those local crops, like Dr. Sujata already mentioned, the importance of indigenous varieties. They are locally adapted. The seeds has been selected over the generations, and they are resistant to all climate shocks. So I think it's very important that we preserve those traditional crops. And in addition to what those the traditional crops contribute, the role of a traditional crop in related to climate resilience, it also contributes to the diversity in our diet. When you look currently, 50% of calories come just from the wheat, maize, and rice. But when you look into the Eastern Himalaya, we have the whole mosaic of different varieties of crops. And I think it's really important that we bring in all those crops, like Dr. Sujata mentioned. It's very important to bring in there, promote through value addition or whatever the practices that we can do it. In addition to that, the fermentation is one of the oldest food preservation method. We all know that. And when you look at the fermentation in the Eastern Himalaya, we have varieties of fermented food products, which are a staple diet for many communities in this region. So when you talk about this fermentation, it not only improve the nutrition and palatability of that product, it also prevents the post-harvest losses, which is very, very important. And also when during the climate shock or disaster, if we promote the fermentation, we bring in those traditional knowledge, promote those fermented food products, it ensures food and nutrition security all time. And apart from there, I see fermentation a very good area in we still need to explore, where we can isolate the native microorganism from our fermented food and upscale in the production of different fermented food products. Those native microorganisms could be locally adapted, which can be used with our local varieties of crop, produce all those food products. In terms of community, I think we have already touched upon on the watershed management. These are some of the practices, the traditional irrigation system that we need to promote, and also we need to preserve those practices. And in addition to that, we also talk about the biopesticides, biofertilizers, where we can bring in those the microorganism that we talked about is not just in the terms of food, but we can also bring in this microorganism for the production of biofertilizer used in our, which is adapted to our environment and used in our food system. So, to make it more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, sorry, Niranjan sir, so I have a question for you. So, sir, what mechanisms do you think are needed to elevate Eastern Himalayan conservation practices into global climate and biodiversity frameworks? So we are turning back to conservation again.
I think the first session was a very good example, including this, of how mechanisms such as this, a forum, right, is required. So this is a perfect example of what mechanism should exist. It is about bringing economy, it's about bringing people, and it's about bringing nature. The nexus of these three things, we often don't discuss this. We I think, are siloed. You know, if it is a forester, it's about trees, wildlife, species, it's about agriculture, it's other things, but in between we have people, right? And people have a relationship both with nature as well as with economy. So I think that nexus needs to be brought much more prominently, and this needs to be discussed on a regular basis. So I see this naturenomics as one of the very good example of how this can be elevated. At the end of the day, it is the partnership. Yes, we need to respect the traditional knowledge system, but we also need to face the reality of what modern economy looks like and what modern economy will become like, right? Today we are talking about AI. We don't know where AI is going to take us. Is it going to be a sustainable world? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, it's going to be a totally chaotic world. So these are some of the challenging times that we are facing. But having said that, I don't know how many of you would recall, but perhaps I think this is something that you all could look at it. We had what we call Eastern Himalaya Living, LHI basically, Living Landscape Initiative, and that was a partnership between 3 WWF office, or more, I think. It was mainly about bringing these Eastern Himalayan countries together to discuss on issues like food security, biodiversity, energy security, and water security. That was done, that was like many years ago, which concluded in 2011. And I think that kind of provided a framework of what this collaboration between these countries in Eastern Himalaya needs to discuss on a regular basis. And that, I think, is happening. Like I said, Naturenomics as being part of the platform. And again, picking from there, what we are also now discussing with, not discussing, I think we launched last year. I don't know if you are aware, last year we had this Global Tiger Financing Landscape Conference in Bhutan. And during that period, during that time, myself, accompanied by the CEO of WWF India, Mr. Ravi Singh, and of course my colleagues from WWF Nepal, together we came together to launch a program or an initiative, what we call Greater Himalaya Transboundary Landscape Cooperations. The idea being, of course, to connect all the protected area landscape, that's one, but at the same time to connect the cultural landscape between the 3 countries. At the moment it's confined to 3 countries, right? So I think these are some of the practical, let's say, approaches that needs to be taken, and of course we are inviting partners to do that. But at the end of the day, I think it's really about connecting business with people, connecting economy with nature, connecting. So this nexus needs to come together. If we at any point do not discuss the issues in relationship of these 3 things, because at the end of the day, I'm a conservationist. What do I want in terms of my life to be? I want a beautiful house, nice, comfortable house, good income. These are basic aspirations of everyone, even the foresters, the policymakers, the business, no matter even if you are an avid activist on the ground. You need these things, right? And for this to happen in a sustainable manner, we need to bring this, this nexus together so that we understand the ecosystem. We need to understand how business people think. We need to understand how conservationists think. And we need to understand the need of the people, that are caught in between these two, instantly, opposing, directions, sometimes. So I think, so in just have this sort of discussions, have this kind of platform. I really like the example of how, Tata, Starbucks is now trying to connect that, bringing this whole ecosystem. I saw an example of where Tata now, the Starbucks business, the coffee business, because at one point, we had a scenario where, okay, you are a farmer, you produce coffee, that's the end of your business. From there, we take it. And that's how, they do it. But increasingly, people are realizing the importance of business being closer to communities. And of course, learning from the communities as well. But at the same time, making sure that the concern of, sustainability is being addressed at the same time. I hope I answered.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you so much. So I'm going to wrap up the session soon. So Mahesh sir, so since we talked about economy, ecosystem, and as a skill expertise for you, do you have any example or stories of yours which you can put forward as a message for the youth here?
Just I want to say here, if we want to, establish a skill ecosystem in the Northeast, then we have to follow few things. The step number one, we have to identify our natural resources and indigenous knowledge. And just like indigenous knowledge, we can say the bamboo industries, and there are so many other things also. And the second steps, so now, after identifying the indigenous knowledge, now we have to convert this indigenous knowledge into skills, or we have to set the competencies. And the third point, or when we talk about the, set the skills, the role of the university is very big. University has to take this initiative, talk to local communities, redesign, and then, convert all these things into the syllabus. The third thing, that is industry. How the industry, convert all these skills into a job. And just I gave the example earlier also, the solar installation, right? There are so many bamboo industries here also. So, and the fourth, that is a government support. Without the government support, nothing can be possible. The government has to, formulate the policies. The government has to work with the universities. They have to fund the projects. So a lot of things are there. Just I want to say one thing more here. That is, the university can provide the knowledge, they can train the youth, and the industry basically, they can provide the opportunity in the real world. And somehow, when industry and the academia work together, then definitely they can produce industry-ready, the students. And just if I'm giving the example of my universities, we are going to launch a new program that is a 3-month course in the homestay operation. And before launching this particular program, we have already started the brainstorming. We called some homestay maker to our university, or sometime we discuss with them what are the problems they are facing. And we are trying to identify the gaps. And we are trying our best to include those gaps in our curriculum. And once we, design the curriculum, again, we go back to, the homestay operators or the tour operators, right? We discuss with them, these are the skills which we are including in our syllabus. These are our training modules. And once they say it is okay, then we launch the program. At the same time, we also discuss with the some good homestay owners. Now, because there are some homestay, they are big, they can take 2-3 people. If Can we convert these skills into the jobs? So now in this way, if the university work, if the university design their curriculum, definitely student will get the jobs.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm going to ask the last question of this session to Monica ma'am. So ma'am, as a frontline forest officer, who's like you've been with the realities of the government, governance, enforcement, and community partnership, what message do you have for the youth here?
Yes. Vipanshi, over the last 2 years, we had conducted several competitions for the students. I think some of the school students from here also have participated, mostly painting and drawing. So, and which are based on the topic of conservation. So when I see those paintings, what I saw was something more than colors and shapes. I've seen their unique way of understanding nature, their unique vision towards conservation. So what I believe is this vision of these students should be linked with the shared knowledge of the elders. And I think that is where we make right steps towards conservation. And to all the students and researchers, I've met many researchers from Royal Global University who are doing several different kinds, very wide, very research in the forest. But I would say very firmly to them, I think the basis of your research or the basis of your knowledge should start from your roots. So go back to your roots, gain the knowledge, and I think that would be a very strong foundation to your research and to your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we understand it's the roots where we have to have the impact from the society, the social impact, and the community ownership. So as we close, a few threads stand out. Community-led conservation, youth skilling for green economies, indigenous food systems, and frontline forest governance are no longer local experiments. They are global necessities. So if the world is looking for nature-positive development, this region is ready with a manual, as we say, the diverse panel here. So the question is, who will help transition this into an action? So with this, I thank my panelists here and the organizers, and it's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for an insightful and deeply grounded discussion. Indeed, your diverse expertise has highlighted how conservation, livelihoods, climate adaptation, and sustainable development must move together, and how informed leadership, adjoining community can shape these efforts. At this point, we will move to the felicitation of our distinguished panelists. I request Dr. Anisha Bora, Professor in the Department of Geography, to felicitate Dr. Sujata Upadhyay, HOD Horticulture, Sikkim University, a member in our panelists. I request Dr. Shankar Burman, Associate Director at Senior Energy Researcher, RGU, to felicitate Professor Mahesh Unyal. Professor Mahesh Unyal, ladies and gentlemen, from Assam Skill University. I request Professor Pranoti Das, professor in the Department of Biosciences, to felicitate Ms. Monica Kishore, IFS Divisional Forest Officer, Johat. I request Mr. Upalkant, Director, Growth and Strategy, to felicitate Mr. Chimirinjin, Country Director, WWF, Bhutan. So. I request Ms. Vipanshi to be felicitated by Professor Bipul Nath, a professor from the Department of Pharmacy. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move ahead with a group photo for the panelists. I request all the panelists to come forward so that we can all get a good picture here. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. We look forward, and thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, here we anticipate a book launch from Hagrila Desk. The Hagrila Desk is a youth-led wildlife conservation magazine that highlights the beautiful intersection of community, culture, and conservation. It's an online publication where students from across India contribute articles, illustrations, and photographs, sharing their voices on the climate crisis and reflecting on their role in protecting nature. The magazine's theme focuses on community-based conservation stories, conservation rooted in indigenous knowledge, systems, and ecological memory, ecofeminism, and the growing role of students in climate action. At its heart, the Hagrila Desk is a space for emerging climate leaders to share their perspectives and journeys, collaborating for a more community-driven, resilient future. I request the authors, Sanskriti Barman, Sapriti Barman, our organizing team, from our organizing team, Utpal Kant, Director, Growth and Strategy, Dr. Banani Das Hazarika, Associate Dean, Students Welfare, RGU, Member Secretary Organizing Committee from RGU, to come up on the dais for facilitating this launch. I also request Reva Malhotra to join us on stage for this book launch. Ms. Sanskriti Burman is the editor-in-chief and a co-founder of the Hagrila Desk. She is a student of Guwahati University, pursuing her bachelor's from the Department of Bioengineering and Technology. Sampriti Burman is the managing editor and co-founder of the Hagrila Desk. She is currently pursuing her bachelor's in history with a minor in environmental science from Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi. I request Ms. Sanskriti to share a few words.
Greetings everyone. My name is Sanskriti Burman and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Hargila Desk. Currently I'm a student in Guwahati University pursuing my BTech in biotechnology from the Department of Bioengineering and Technology. Firstly, I would like to express my immense gratitude to the Balipara Foundation for giving us this platform to launch our magazine and to introduce you all to what the Hargila Desk has been, is, and will be in the future. So the Hargila Desk is a student-run magazine that highlights community, culture, and conservation. The main themes revolve around community-based conservation stories, documenting conservation practices rooted in Indian cultures and traditions, spotlighting ecological memory, ecofeminism, and the growing role of students in climate action. So I would just like to give you a brief overview of how the magazine came into picture and how it was actually birthed. So it all actually started from our childhood, me and my twin sister who could not be here today. She's studying in Delhi University. And we actually grew up in a household where we are taught to love nature, understand nature, and to root for nature. So we grew up seeing the role of community-based conservation. My mother, Dr. Purnima Devi Burman, she worked tirelessly and soullessly to conserve a stork known as the greater adjutant stork, locally known as the Hargila. And we have grown up seeing the importance of community-based conservation, about the importance of how bringing people into the picture and letting them know about the importance of integrating culture with conservation. So with that motive in mind, we saw a gap in the current scenario, where a gap in terms of the students expressing their perspectives about learning from existing community-based conservation models. So we built a platform, a magazine for students to share their perspectives and to learn from the existing community-based conservation models. So we started last year around December, and when we were starting, we actually wanted to build a community newsletter to highlight the existing stories of the women, especially from the Hargila Army and Northeast India. So we wanted to build a community newsletter, and one thing led to another, and we got an overwhelming response from students around us, and they sent us their illustrations, articles, photographs, etc. And we somehow transformed the concept of the community newsletter into the magazine that we have now. And actually, I want to express my gratitude once again to Balipara Foundation, because when we were starting out, Karishma ma'am, she reached out to us, and in our very first edition, she contributed our first special feature article, and we are really grateful to ma'am and to Balipara Foundation for encouraging and supporting us. So yes, that's how the Hargila Desk came into existence. And lastly, I would just like to say, repeat what we always say at the Hargila Desk. Something that Jane Goodall has always said, that we cannot go through a single day without having an impact on the world around us. And today here, being at Royal Global University in front of so many students, I just want you to please come and we can work together and to sorry, I'm a bit nervous today because this moment means a lot to me. And just we can work together and we can grow together as a community, a student community, and give a voice to all the communities around us. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanskriti. That was indeed so inspiring coming from her at this age. With this, we welcome you all to the final session, Future Roots, Youth, Forests, and Innovations. Taking the day forward at the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, this session holds a key place, being the last session of this edition. Young leaders across different communities are increasingly driving meaningful change, strengthening local initiatives, and introducing fresh perspectives to sustainability challenges. The efforts show that innovation, when aligned with ecological responsibility, can open new pathways for conservation and development. This session brings together practitioners and youth change makers who exemplify how emerging ideas, technologies, and traditional knowledge can be combined to shape stronger environmental futures. New innovations need to be recognized and welcomed as essential tools in this collective effort. To moderate this vital dialogue, we welcome Dr. Banani Das Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Royal Global University. Madam expertise in literary studies and communications. She is dedicated to fostering critical thinking, creativity, and language proficiency among students. Her academic interests span contemporary literature, cultural studies, and language pedagogy. Dr. Hazarika actively engages in research and academic initiatives that contribute to the enrichment of English studies and the broader education landscape in Assam. Our first panelist, very young, Lisi Priya Kangujam, child environment activist, Manipur. I welcome you onto the stage. Ms. Lisi Priya is a child environmental activist from Manipur, India. Born on October 2, 2011, she is one of the youngest climate activists globally and has been raising her voice against climate change and disaster risk reduction since she was 6 years old. She gained international recognition after addressing world leaders at the 2019 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Madrid, Spain, urging immediate climate action. Our next panelist is Dr. Sapna Medhi, Assam Skill University. Dr. Medhi is an assistant professor in the Department of Tourism at the Assam Skill University, specializing in community-based tourism, ecotourism, and designing niche packages and itineraries. With a PhD and 10 years of teaching experience, Madam research is centered around sustainable tourism and community engagement in Northeast India. I move on to welcome the next panelist, Mr. Ashwini Banraj from Bogijuli High School, Balipara. Mr. Banraj is associated with Bogijuli High School in Sonitpur, Assam, contributing to educational initiatives in rural and forest-fringe communities. As part of the local education ecosystem, Banraj supports school-based sustainability programs and community engagement efforts aligned with regional development goals, like those promoted by Balipura Foundation. I move on to welcome our next panelist, Mr. Udaivir Guha Sirkar, IORA Ecological Solutions. Mr. Sirkar is a sustainable development and policy specialist with experience across climate change, mitigation and adaptation planning, social impact assessment, and circular economy solutions. Currently, with IORA Ecological Solutions, he supports research, program design, and stakeholder engagement to advance high integrity. Welcome, sir. We welcome Mr. Suhan Malik, young environmentalist and rhino conservation campaigner. Suhan Malik is a young environmentalist and rhino friend, a passionate rhino conservation campaigner from Guwahati, Assam, who began his mission at age 7 and after being inspired by the one-horned rhinoceros. Now a class 11 student at Little Flower School, he has led a 9-year cross-country roadshow promoting rhino protection, ecotourism in Kaziranga National Park and environmental awareness through school programs and platforms. And last, we have our panelist, Ashok Kumar Boro, assistant teacher, Bogijuli High School. Mr. Boro is associated with Bogijuli High School in Sonitpur, Assam, and teaches social science. He plays an active role in strengthening education in rural and forest fringe communities through student engagement and awareness building initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, with this learned panelists from these broad categories, let us all absorb ourselves in this meaningful discussion. Madam Banani, I hand it over to you.
Good afternoon to an esteemed audience here, to all our delegates, to all our dignitaries who have joined the Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum since the past 2 days. It had been a wonderful experience for each one of us participating in this forum, learning and engaging ourselves into dialogues and conversations over the past 2 days. And today, this being the last session of the forum, I think this is the most power-packed session because we have the youngest voices, we have the future of our country, not only the country but the world. We have the voices that will speak over eons and eons of ages. We have listened to expert discourses, we have listened to strategic policies, we have listened to so many diverse fields of engagements. But what is there in these young minds? What is happening actually at the grassroots? What is actually happening at the education field where we are grounded, engaged with each little child that gets associated with us when we talk about grooming our future, when we talk about grooming our land. And that's what we are going to focus on in this session. So our session for today is titled The Future Roots, Youth, Forests, and Innovations. And I, along with my distinguished panelists, basically, we look forward to reflect on some of the most urgent questions of our time, how young people are shaping future of our forests, the climate actions, the ecological resilience, and especially in the fragile and the vital landscape of the Eastern Himalaya. So this session is not going to merely bound itself to a mere discussion, of course. We'll listen to a lot of stories. We'll listen to a lot of personal experiences with these young voices who have joined us today. A dialogue between generations, communities, and visions and disciplines as well, where we bring together students, educators, activists, professionals, and change makers who are going to really, really make a difference in the near future, of course. So we look forward to focus on youth leadership. We look forward to focus on innovations, education, community-rooted actions, and the future opportunities for a sustained engagement. And I'm sure our panelists out here have the same voice that joins me in these objectives of the session. So once again, I would just briefly introduce our panelists, our distinguished panelists here. We have Ms. Lisipriya Kanjugam, a child climate activist from Manipur. We have all heard the stories of Lisipriya, I'm sure, and I do follow you personally. All your stories, all your interviews, I do follow you personally. We have Dr. Sapna Methi from the Department of Tourism, Assam Skill University, a very close friend and associate. Sapna, it has been working, lovely knowing you over the years. We have with us Mr. Ashwini Banraj, assistant teacher, Bogijuli High School. We'll also be a part of viewing the works that Bogijuli High School has been doing over the years. We have a small video presentation also in the lineup during the session. We have Mr. Ashok Boro, assistant teacher, Bogijuli High School. We have Mr. Udayveer Guhasirkar, youth environmental professional from our Ecological Solutions, and another young, very, very young teenager, Mr. Suhan Malik, a young environmentalist, popularly known as Rhino Friend. Yes, and Suhan has excellent stories to tell us how he became the name for Rhino Friend. We'll listen to all these stories. But to start off with the session, I'd like to begin with Lysipriya. So Lysipriya, you are a teenager, right? And
Yes.
when most of your friends are busy scrolling through their digital screens and glued to the television screens and glued to very many cultures which are not ours also maybe, right? So what helps you or what triggers you, motivates you intrinsically as well as extrinsically to become the voice that you are today?
Well, thank you, ma'am, for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Kurumjari namaste. My name is Lysipriya Kanguja. I'm 14 years old Indian climate activist and the founder of the Child Movement. I'm also the special envoy for the president of Timor-Leste, and I'm happy to share with you all that I'm the youngest diplomat in the history of the world to be officially working in a government.
I think that calls for a huge round of applause. For a young child of 14 years old being a diplomat, it's not an easy task.
Thank you so much. Well, moving on, how I started my journey at such a young age. Let me tell you my story. You see, I was born in Manipur, which you all must be knowing, right? One of the northeastern state of India. It's full of rich biodiversity, I must say, with full of lush green mountains and alluring atmosphere. But sadly, what I would like to say is that all those rich biodiversity hotspots have turned into climate hotspots now. Even in my own village, we are facing extreme water scarcity now. And any which ways, I grew up in Bhubaneswar, Odisha for my schooling reasons. And what happened next was that my life was struck by Cyclone Titli in 2018, and then later Cyclone Fani in 2019. You see, during those two cyclones, as a child, as a young toddler, I saw in front of my very own two eyes how children lost their parents, how people lost their lives, how innocent people, these victims, were suffering vulnerably. They lost their homes, they lost their lands. I saw all the massive devastation which happened around me at that time. And then, as a child, at that time, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't even take my food or drink water because it struck me so hard. And then later, I moved to Delhi in 2019. And what happened again is that I faced the intense heat waves and the high air pollution level that you all must be knowing about. And jo air pollution tha us samay abhi bhi hai. And it's in an even more worse condition, I must say. So after facing all such environmental issues at such a young age, at such a young life, it turned me into a child climate activist. That's my story.
Thank you, Lysipriya, for bringing such a huge works into a brief summary. Yeah, we know you had done much beyond what you stated just now, but we'll come back to you. I'll come back to you again. Coming to Suhan, because we can make our elders, okay, wait, but we cannot let you wait, Lysipriya and Suhan, so we have to bring you to the forefront at the very starting of the session, of course. So Suhan, how did you become a rhino friend? Can you tell us a bit about that?
First of all, thank you for the question, ma'am, and good afternoon to everyone present over here, respected dignitaries, speakers, and all the students from different schools and the audience. So, I am Suhan Malik, friend of Rhino of Government of Assam, and also commonly known as Green Hero by Assam people and government. So my work started when I was a kid, just like Lysipriya said. From toddler. So I just saw in TVs, newspapers. I just like to read newspapers. So I just saw there that trees are being cut, conservationists comes out, and one more important thing struck my mind: the rhino poaching that shows in the televisions. The I will not take the news channel's name. They showed that all one rhino is being poached and the horn is taken away. The bloods are coming out, and it's very pity to hear that the small baby rhino is going round and round near the mother. She doesn't even know that her mother died. So that struck me a lot because if my mother died, then I have my father, I have my family members, relative to take care of me. But a small baby rhino's mother, that rhino doesn't know what is the world, what in the national park, who would take care or who would take care in the forest. So it is very concerning that the rhinos were being killed at that time when I was small. Like in 1 month, 4 or 5 were there. In 1 year, 30, 20 rhinos were killed. So I just started small by planting trees for the near the Kaziranga National Park, near Probitora. Then for increasing the development of that. And also I campaigned in many of the villages of Kaziranga National Park, Probitora, because I just motivate the people that if we see any of the poachers or we get to know any of them, we just take as that they are going to kill our own people, our own relative. So like we should immediately inform the police, the rangers, or the who are in charge in it. So I just traveled all around Assam where rhinos are being found, and I started in many televisions, news channels, interviews that I came up for rhinos savings and conservation with different plannings, proposal to the government also, like in many, during Kaziranga flood, many rhinos, not only rhinos, many animals were being killed for the flood. So I just asked the government, proposed the government for highlands, which are now in Kaziranga, there are 33 highlands. So I just proposed that, and if highlands were being built, then during the flood time, the animals can come over there and can save their lives. So, and many works I did. We have much time to discuss, and this is my story.
Thank you, Suhan. If each one on the planet Earth would have a heart like you, emotions like you, who would feel for the orphaned animals and other living forms, then this world would be a much, much better place than what we are now today. And we hope that every one of us will hear your message. And you are not only an activist, you are a policy change maker also. So it's not a very easy task at this age. Thank you, Suhan. এতিয়া মই যাবলৈ বিচাৰোঁ অশ্বিনী বনৰাজ আৰু ৰাজীৱ কটকী ছাৰলৈ। আপোনালোকৰ বগীজুলি হাইস্কুলত বহু এনেকুৱা কাম হৈ আছে যোনটো মানে সৰু সৰু ল'ৰা ছোৱালীৰ জৰিয়তে আমি ফৰেষ্ট আৰু ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, এনভাইৰমেণ্টেল প্ৰটেকশ্যনৰ দিশত আমি আপোনালোকে কাম আগবঢ়াই গৈছে। তাৰ বিষয়ে অকণমান ক'ব নেকি? আপোনালোকে অকণমান আপোনালোকৰ মন্তব্যটো আগবঢ়ালে ভাল পাম। তাৰ আগলৈ আমি আমাৰ ডিছকাশ্যনটো লৈ যাম, ইনিচিয়েল কমেণ্টছ হ'ব।
ধন্যবাদ বাইদেউ। মোৰ নাম আশ্বিনী বনৰাজ। মই ৰঙাপাৰাৰ অন্তৰ্গত ডফলাবিল গাঁৱৰ নিবাসী। আমি এতিয়া বৰ্তমান বগীজুলি উচ্চ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়ত এছিষ্টেণ্ট টিচাৰ হিচাপে কাম কৰি আছোঁ। তাত মই ছায়েন্স আৰু মেথছ পঢ়াওঁ, আৰু মই মোৰ গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন ৰাঙাপাৰা কলেজৰ পৰা বটানী ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টত কৰিছোঁ তাতে আমাক ডক্টৰ শুভম ৰয় এইটো বটানী ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ এজন এছিষ্টেণ্ট টিচাৰ তেখেতৰ সহায়যোগত মই যেতিয়া কলেজত আছিলোঁ তেতিয়া আমি এটা মেডিচিনেল গাৰ্ডেন বনাইছিলোঁ কলেজতে সেই মেডিচিনেল গাৰ্ডেনটো এতিয়াও আছে আৰু আমি গৈ মাজে সময়ে এলুমনি হিচাপে গৈ চাই থাকোঁ তাৰপিছতে মই যেতিয়া কলেজ পঢ়ি আছিলোঁ তেতিয়াই মই ডবডবি হাই স্কুলতো মই টিচাৰ কৰি আছিলোঁ এছিষ্টেণ্ট টিচাৰ হিচাপে তাৰপিছতে মোৰ তেতিয়া গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন কমপ্লিট হোৱা নাছিলে গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন সেইকাৰণে মই এৰিব লগা হ'ল মাজতে তাৰপিছত এৰাৰ পিছতে মই মোৰ গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যনটো কমপ্লিট কৰিলোঁ কমপ্লিট কৰাৰ পিছতে আকৌ তাৰপিছতে বগীজুলি উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়ত আকৌ এছিষ্টেণ্ট টিচাৰ হিচাপে চাকৰি পালোঁ তাত আমাৰ AIS আৰু বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যনৰ সহায়ত আমি এখন নাৰ্চাৰী তাৰপিছতে মেডিচিনেল প্লাণ্ট গাৰ্ডেন আমি বনাইছোঁ তাতে এটলিষ্ট মেডিচিনেল গাৰ্ডেনত 30 প্লাণ্টছ হ'ব আৰু আমাৰ যোনটো নাৰ্চাৰী আছে নাৰ্চাৰীত এবভ আপোনাৰ 1 লাখ মান প্লাণ্ট আছে ভেৰাইটিজ প্লাণ্টছ আছে তাত বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰণৰ প্লাণ্টছ আছে আমি আৰু তাত আমাৰ বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন আৰু AIS আসাম এডভাইজৰী ইনভেষ্টমেণ্ট ছ'চাইটিৰ পৰা সিড বেংকত 1 কোটিমান সিড আছে এতিয়া বৰ্তমান আৰু আছিলে কিছুমানটো অলপ বেয়া হৈ গ'ল সেইটো আমি এইটো সংগ্ৰহ কৰি ৰাখিছোঁ পিছত কিছুমান আকৌ জাৰ্মিনেট কৰা হৈছে লেকিন এতিয়ালৈকে হোৱা নাই গছ এইটো আকৌ আমি এতিয়া গছ লগাই দিম এতিয়া বৰ্তমান মই সায়েন্স আৰু মেথছটো পঢ়াই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবিলাকক প্ৰকৃতিৰ ওপৰত কেনেকৈ প্ৰকৃতিক আমি বচাই ৰাখিব পাৰোঁ সংৰক্ষণ কৰিব পাৰোঁ আৰু আজিকালি যেনেকুৱা গোলকীয় উত্তাপ বৃদ্ধি পাই আছে দিনক দিনে কিয়নো গছ গছনি নাইকিয়া হৈ গৈ আছে ধ্বংস হৈ গৈ আছে আৰু গছ গছনি নাকাটিলেও নহয় কিয়নো আজিকালি ইণ্ডাষ্ট্ৰী বনাবৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ য'ত ভাল জাগা চাই পাব যেনেকুৱা কমিউনিটি থকা সেইটো এৰিয়াত বনায় যাতে তাৰ নৱযোনবিলাক প্ৰজন্মৰ এতিয়া ল'ৰা ছোৱালী তেখেতক চাকৰি পায় সেইটো চাই কিন্তু গছ গছনি ধ্বংস হৈ আছে সেইটো নাচায় সেইকাৰণে আমি বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন আৰু AISৰ সহায়ত আমি আৰু শিক্ষক শিক্ষয়িত্ৰীসকলৰ সহায়ত আৰু ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ সহায়ত আমি উৎক্ষেপণ দি কিনে আমি ইহঁতক এতিয়া পৰিৱেশ কেনেকৈ সংৰক্ষণ কৰিব লাগে তাৰ ওপৰত আমি এতিয়া শিকাই আছোঁ
অশোক বড়ো ওচৰলৈ আহিব বিচাৰিছোঁ আপুনি অকণমান আপোনালোকৰ মানে পাঠ্যক্ৰমটো কেনেকৈ কি এক্টিভিটিজ কৰায় তাৰে ওপৰত অকণমান ক'ব পাৰিব নেকি মানে বগীজুলি হাই স্কুল এইটো এটা কমিউনিটি ড্ৰিভেন স্কুল হয় তাৰে কেনেকৈ আপোনালোকে আগবঢ়াই নিয়ে স্কুলখনৰ ফাইনেন্সিয়েল ফাণ্ডিং হওক বা গোটেইখিনি বস্তু অকণমান আগবঢ়াই উঠাব পাৰিব নেকি
ধন্যবাদ বাইদেউ ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন ছ'চাইটি বৰ্তমান মই বগীজুলি হাই স্কুলতে এছিষ্টেণ্ট টিচাৰ হিচাপে কাম কৰি আছোঁ মই এনে গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন কৰিছিলোঁ পলিটিকেল ছায়েন্সৰ মেজৰ হিচাপে তেজপুৰ কলেজৰ পৰা বৰ্তমান সেই বিদ্যালয়খনত প্ৰায় 15 বছৰ হ'ল কাম কৰি থকা আৰু পাঠ্যক্ৰমত যিখিনি শিক্ষাৰ কথা আছে সেই শিক্ষাখিনিৰ উপৰিও অন্য আমি পৰিৱেশৰ প্ৰেক্টিকেলি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক কিবা শিকাব পাৰোঁ নেকি সেই বিষয়লৈ আমি কি কৰি ক্লাছবিলাক যেতিয়া ক্লাছ অফ থাকে বা ৰেষ্ট টাইম থাকে সেই বিষয়ে আমি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক কাষলৈ আনি গছবিলাক কি বিচাৰিছে কিহৰ প্ৰব্লেমৰ কাৰণে গছবিলাক নাইকিয়া হৈছে বা জন্তুবিলাক কিহৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ স্থানীয় লোকৰ লগত সংঘাত হ'বলগীয়া হৈছে সেই বিষয়বোৰৰ ওপৰত আমি বিশেষকৈ আলোচনা কৰোঁ আৰু তেওঁলোকেও আমাক সহায় সহযোগ আগবঢ়ায় আৰু এই ক্ষেত্ৰত যে আমি ধন্যবাদ দিব লাগিব আসাম ইনভেষ্টিগেশ্যন এডভাইজাৰী ছ'চাইটি আৰু লগতে বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন তেওঁলোকে আমাৰ লগত প্ৰায় সহযোগত থাকে বিভিন্ন কামত আমাৰ আন্তঃগাঁথনিয়ে হওক বা অন্যান্য প্লাণ্টেশ্যনেই হওক সেই সকলোখিনিত কি কৰে তেওঁলোকে আমাক সহযোগ আগবঢ়ায় অৰ্থনৈতিকভাৱেও আৰু হিচাপেও আমাক সহায় সহযোগ আগবঢ়াইছে তেওঁলোকৰ লগত একলগ হৈ পেলাই আমি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক পৰিৱেশৰ ওপৰত কিমানখিনি আমি জ্ঞান দিব পাৰোঁ বা পৰিৱেশৰ ওপৰত তেওঁলোকক কেনেকুৱা সজাগ কৰিব পাৰোঁ সেই বিষয়ৰ ওপৰত আমি পাঠ্যক্ৰমৰ উপৰিও এক্সট্ৰাকৈ আমি তেওঁলোকক পৰিৱেশৰ ওপৰত শিক্ষা দিবলৈ আমি চেষ্টা কৰি আহিছোঁ ধন্যবাদ
At this juncture, we have a short video on Bogijuli High School. I request our IT department to kindly play the AV.
At Bogijuli School, learning doesn't stay inside four walls. It grows in every corner of the campus. Here, education walks with the children, along the corridors, in the open spaces, and in the world around them. Inside the classroom, learning begins with curiosity, guided by dedicated teachers who make every lesson meaningful. Children discover concepts by observing, exploring, and doing, not just memorizing. Out in the fields, they learn from nature, from soil, water, plants, and the environment that surrounds them. Every experience teaches something new: responsibility, teamwork, sustainability, and care for the world. With the support of passionate teachers and an involved community, learning becomes joyful and real. Bogijuli School prepares children not just for exams, but for life.
Investment Advisory Society, building a sustainable future together.
Thank you. So that is indeed a future readiness that we call for. Coming to Udevir, can you share some of your stories or any case studies that you had, that you would like to share with our audience regarding youth-led and innovations, programs for the protection and conservation areas that you're working with, David?
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you to the Balipara Foundation and Royal Global University for giving me this chance. So yes, heard really good stories so far from all our panelists. And so even I would like to basically share one of my experiences that I had with a project that really opened my eyes to the youth involvement and how basically when organizations involve the youth, it can really take the project to new heights. So say 2 years ago, I had the chance to go with my organization, IORA Ecological Solutions. So we work in the space of nature-based solutions and working with communities to basically come in the intersection of community livelihoods as well as climate change adaptation and mitigation. So we had gone with the Meghalaya Basin Development Authority to sort of do a monitoring and evaluation of their PES scheme, the Payment for Ecosystem Services scheme, across all their districts. And one thing that really stood out from this whole project was that this entire initiative was driven because the youth had been deployed. Starting from the point where the remote villages, youth had been deployed to each and every corner of the state to bring in the awareness about the Payment for Ecosystem Services scheme. Now, there were fears among the community that, with a scheme like this, the government may be just taking away our land. We're going to be basically selling away our land for some money, but the youth basically had been able to make them aware that no, this is not to worry. It's not a concern, not a matter of a worry, but had explained to them the policy angle of it, what's in it for them and how this is actually going to be benefiting them in the long run. So that comes in the angle of awareness and education. And furthermore, we're talking about the technology angle of this as well. Training the youth when it comes to new ways of reaching out to improve a project. So like how Sir had actually mentioned in his previous session, GIS modeling and spatial modeling, the youth had been trained by the organization to actually go out and do this mapping for communities, and has actually had opened up the community's eyes to a lot of understanding as to what was in their territories, how could they view that. So basically, I would say that, and I'm talking from an angle of social innovation, where when organizations bring the youth in to sort of take over their projects, especially in the ground level. And if I had to say, especially for the case of the Northeast, I feel like the youth can, when they are motivated and when they're mobilized, they can reach to the furthest corners of any geography. So in a similar manner, like the organization that I work for has a flagship project in Meghalaya called the MegCare project, where we are working with 15,000 farmers and over 30,000 hectares of land for restoration and conservation, primarily working with farmers to help them diversify their incomes through basically locally indigenously rooted agroforestry models. And primarily, since my organization deals in the space of mobilizing climate finance, we began helping them with engaging with the access to carbon credits. And again, now carbon credits has many dimensions to it, so we don't focus on the idea of the carbon credits being the end game, but something that is an enabler, which can enable these organizations, these communities to expand further into other forms of financial mobilization. And this is where we've also involved the youth to actually spread this awareness and spread this sort of information gathering and the youth, not only do they know the policies, but when they know the policies and when it's not being implemented, they've actually been able to hold the authorities accountable for this. So that is one angle that when I had this experience first time when I had gone for this project, this actually had opened my eyes to the way that the youth, when mobilized, can just take things to the furthest levels. Yeah, thank you.
Truly agree with you, David. Yes, if youth once connected, the change can be very, very impressive and impactful there. Coming to Dr. Sapna Medhi, you have been associated with education, with the students, with youth, connected at different perspectives and different ways throughout. So in the education field, what is one innovative skill or pathway that as educators we need to look at in our youth, like so that it motivates youth to enter careers related to conservation, related to forest stewardship?
Very good afternoon to everyone here. And first of all, I would like to thank Balipara Foundation for having me here today. It's really an honor and a privilege for me to be a part of this August gathering. Having said that, I would just like to ask our moderator, ma'am, Hazarika ma'am, if I have a minute to put a question to the crowd out there, our young students out there, because I would be requiring your help in answering the question that has been put to me. And before I do that, I would really want to thank all the young leaders out here. It's really overwhelming for me to be seeing that the youth is taking up so much, on the conservation front, on the nature front, and it makes us hope that all good things are not lost yet, and yes, maybe we'll be able to save our art. So thank you for all your initiatives. So my question, I want to put a question out to the young energy who has been sitting there listening to us, and I'm sure you must be having a lot of things on your mind, but I just want your help with one thing. I would just put a question and I would request you to answer in 1 or 2 words, maybe 3 or 4 answers would suffice. What is that one thing, now that you all are studying in different stages, some are in school, some are in UG, some are in PG, so what is that one thing that has led you, maybe you have already a thing in your mind about a career that you want to choose, what is that one most important thing that has made you choose, maybe in your minds, what you want to do in your future as a professional? Can I please have some answers?
Yeah.
Your reason for choosing a career maybe in the next 5 or 10 years, what you want to do with your life, why? I don't want the what, but why that particular career?
The first thought that comes to your mind.
Yes.
We want very honest and prompt answers.
You can just sit and reply. You don't have to identify yourself. I know it might get a bit, hesitant for you.
Yeah, for me, I want to be an investment banker because I have interest in finance.
Okay. Thank you. A few more, please, maybe two or three more.
I want to be a CS.
Okay. Thank you. Why was actually the question? Why an investment banker? You have interest in finance, or why a CS? Just that why. What is that one thing that makes us choose a career? One important thing. There might be two or three for you, but one will do.
Social status.
Okay. Maybe one more? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. For me, for the career I want to choose in the next 5 years is motivated by my sole love and passion for the subject. I love biology and I want to pursue my research towards it. And my motivation is the sole curiosity that I have towards the subject and the love and the passion for it. Yes, ma'am.
If there is no one else who would like to answer, can I please go to answer my question that has been put to me? Or can we have another more? Okay. So thank you so much for sharing with us your reasons as to why you want to pursue a career in one particular domain. So we see the interest in one particular subject or the love for that particular subject, and that's what. And another one thing that we see is why we choose a particular career is because of the livelihood prospects. Let me be very blank, but I think that is one thing that also motivates us to choose one particular career option, because we want to do good there. We want to have a stable lifestyle. We want to have, all the investment that has gone into our education and everything. We want to make it up, and we want to have a stable lifestyle. So I'll come back to that. So two important concepts that has been put in the question to me was innovation and skill. So how do we understand innovation? For me, actually, innovation is not about just, inventing something just out of the blue. It is about, understanding where a problem is, what we are facing so far, and if we can really think of an idea to overcome that problem with an action-oriented solution. Something that solves our problem. Maybe immediately, maybe after time. So innovation has always, for me, it has been that. Doesn't always mean that the problem has to be new. It might be a long-term problem, but how do we really go forward and look for a solution to it so that the thing becomes easier? It is about doing a work in a smart way. Maybe others might not have thought about it, that it could be done in that particular way. That is where the innovation comes in. So again, we have different parts where that goes into. And then another thing, important concept that was given in the question was skill. We all know that knowledge is power. And as an educator, as a teacher, when I go into my classroom and I go and see my students, actually the responsibility lies with me as to the knowledge that I'm going to give. What are they going to do with it? How are they going to apply in their lives so that their lives becomes easier? What are they going to do with all the things and the possibilities that we are going to do there in the classroom that we are going to decide when we're deciding a particular topic? And when you apply that into your real life in that particular domain to solve a particular problem or to go ahead with a particular idea, that is where I think the skills come in. So the question to me was, like, what career pathways would I like to recommend about innovation and then skills? So I think we have all known for long that a lot of things, when it comes to theory and practice, things are a lot different. And the applicability of whatever we have learned in the classroom, in the real world, is what can be translated into skills and how we can take that into a career prospect. So being a teacher, I wouldn't like to single out one or two particular profession where it can be conservation-based or where the environmental stewardship can come into being. But if we talk about skills or if we talk about knowledge, and as a teacher, I would like to say that each profession, each career, or everything has the prospect of bringing innovation and in forwarding the environmental stewardship, be it the service sector, be it the hospitality sector, be it the finance or the banking sector, be it the doctors, be it a social entrepreneur or an eco-entrepreneur or a conservation activist, whatever it is. Everything and anything, if we think about how we are impacting the environment, or what are we doing for the climate, or what are we doing for the communities, if things are going back to the communities or not, I think every profession has an answer to this. Even in engineering, or even being a doctor or a medical professional, or I was a tourism professional before I came into academics. So when I go and teach my students about tourism now, I tell them that this is what you might be doing. When you are a tour guide or when you are a travel agent, for that matter, you can go and see how your activities or whatever you are doing is impacting the community or the climate or your immediate surrounding. Because here we see our young leaders here. So at most we can do is we can be responsible for our own actions. So when we see that and everybody is becoming responsible for their actions and they are looking at what they are contributing to the environment as such, I think that doubles up, or that can go up to a huge impact when we're talking about the climate as a whole, or the environment, or the forest stewardship. So everything we do, every career we choose has the prospect of working towards environmental stewardship. That is what I think I would like to say.
Thank you,
because I would like to add, because if we single out that this is one profession where we can go for conservation-based, or environmental or forest stewardship, does that mean that we are giving the responsibility to only one or two domains which are responsible for acting up for the world, while the others are, given that leeway that you can do whatever you might with the environment? But that is not the case. We all have to go ahead and think about it in our respective professions in an innovative way, so that we can apply that skills to something better.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna. Coming to the young ones again, Lisipriya and Suhan. The voices that you are raising now, it's not very easy. Okay, as young kids, it's not easy. Even as adults, it's not easy, right? You must have also faced many challenges, because there may be many who may not be interested, may not have a heart that feels towards the environment, right? So, as young people, okay, what challenges do you think you face, right, towards taking climate actions today? And how can institutions and other areas contribute towards supporting your voice? Like you are doing it at your individual level. You need a full backup, isn't it? Through policies, through institutional support, through community support. What will be your messages, your urges to our audience seated here and to the larger audience who will be watching you, okay, at various platforms? What would be your messages so that we can have a united voice there? Yeah, anyone, either Lisipriya or Suhan, if you take. It goes to both of you.
Yeah, so first of all, I'll like to start with the challenges. I started at the young age of 6 years old, and when I did, I faced a lot of discrimination. As a child, बहुत लोग थे, बहुत सारे लोग थे, adults especially them. They pointed out that why is a child doing this? Go to school. Do your homework, study. ये सब काम तुम्हारे लिए नहीं है. This work isn't suited for a child like you. That's how things were at the beginning. And how I managed it, how I handled it, it was that I proved them wrong. I proved them that age didn't matter to make a difference. The message that I want to give to you all is that age doesn't matter to make a difference. I'm big or small. Age doesn't put a limit to it. Our communities, our culture, the diversities, from where we are, who we are, how we look, it shouldn't put an end to what we want to do, to our passion, to what we want to speak up, to raise our voice about. The issues, not just relating to environment or climate change. All those factors shouldn't put an end to it. No. You should believe in yourself. You should believe in yourself and continue that with what you want to do. And I did.
I started my own organization called the Child Movement, or Bachpan Andolan, you can call it in Hindi. So what Child Movement does is that it's a children movement, you can say, or a people movement for climate justice, and in that we do various initiatives, activities such as massive tree plantation, cleanliness drives, and I have always had these 5 main demands to our leaders and the government to change the system. First is to pass a climate change law. If our governments do so, then it would help us to control the carbon emissions and the greenhouse gases. Second is to include climate education as a mandatory subject in each and every education curriculum. अगर हमारे government ये करेंगे, then it would help us to fight the climate change, ये जो environmental issues हैं, from a very young age, from the grassroots level. And third is for each and every student in India to plant minimum 10 trees every year. You see, हमारे इंडिया में, हमारे भारत में 350 million students हैं. If these 350 million students plant minimum 10 trees every year, then we would plant around 3.5 billion trees. So socho agar har saal, every year, all these students plant minimum 10 trees every year, then how much great of an impact that we can make, isn't it? This is the power that we, the students, hold in our hands. So let us try to strive into that direction. And moving on, my fourth main demand is for our governments to work together to manage a just transition away from coal, oil and gas, the fossil fuels, to the clean renewable energies. And fifth, last but not the least, is for the rich nations, the developed nations, to pay for the loss and damage fund or the climate finance. क्यों पूछोगे? It's because you see today's global climate crisis is caused by those rich nations, and we are just the poor, vulnerable victims of it. And we deserve our share of climate justice. We deserve the climate justice now. The global south deserves the climate justice now. And the money that the finance, the climate finance, the rich developed nations such as USA are going to give to us shouldn't be in any form of loan or debt trap. It should be transparent. So moving on after that, the challenges एक होती है हमारे देश में that I have faced. Besides from the discrimination, the thing is, the government, they tried to politicize my voice. I'm talking from a personal viewpoint. The thing is, when I speak up against this place, like for example, coal mining हो रहा है इस region में, and I raise my voice for it that this is wrong, we shouldn't be doing this, let us find the alternatives. When I try to raise my voice for such issues, the thing is that particular area, they're like, ये government तुम्हें ये भेज रहा है, ये party तुम्हें ये भेज रहा है. And when I go to the other areas, like when I raise my voice for what is being done wrong, they think that I'm being sent by the other party. So this is how they try to politicize my voice. But what I would like to say is that nahi, this is all wrong. This is all just crap of, their words that they're trying to put into this. As a child, what I'm raising up my voice for is for the right cause. If I feel that something is wrong, I will speak up about it. I have the will to do so. And the thing is, they shouldn't be putting our voice, they shouldn't be politicizing our voice like this. Agar I feel ki ye galat hai, to I will speak up about it, because this is an issue that we must speak about it. Climate change ke baare mein bologe. It is one of the biggest existential crises of our time. And ye kaun suffer karta hai? Hum bacche suffer karte hain. The children, the women, we are the victims in the very front line. Agar मैं जो आज climate activist बनी हूँ at such a young age, I wouldn't have become an activist. I wouldn't have come out on streets, protest, risking my life and all of that. अगर हमारे government, अगर हमारे adults कुछ करते, isn't it? Isn't that the point? I sacrificed my beautiful childhood life to do all of this. And that's how I also became an activist. Because I feel that अगर ये planet नहीं रहेगी, then where would be our home to go? We don't have a planet B. Audience, do we have a planet B? Agar ye planet nahi hogi, can we go to moon? Can we go to Mars, Jupiter? No. है ना? Do we have another planet? Yes or no? I can't hear you. एक और planet है that we can live, that we can survive on other than Earth? No, I can't hear any of you.
We should have a stronger voice. We all need to stand united on this. Come on. What's your opinion? Do we have a planet B to go to?
That's the spirit. And if we don't have that planet B to go to if this Earth dies, so should we take the climate action now? Do you think that this problem is something that we have to take the action on? Do you guys feel that we should take this climate action now? Yes or no? Should we take this climate action now? Should we take this climate action now? I can't hear you. Let us do that, because agar ye dharti nahi rahegi, then where would we go? Where would we survive? One message that I would like to say to you all. There is no value of our expensive art, beautiful home, or a lot of money on a dead planet. So let us act according to that. Thank you.
Yeah, coming to Suhan, what would you...
My situation also is the same like her, Lisipriya. So many of the people acts like kyo kori asa, ki hobo etu kori, and like they just blame my parents that why are you spoiling your child's career? Like he should be studying like lately in night, in morning also. Like many big people also from Assam, I will not take the name. Like they just say that ebur kori eko nohobo, means eko mane benefit nohobo. Tumar kam korilo rhino moribo, kam no korilo. That he said at the starting of my work when I was around 1 to 2 years when I was working. So like after 6 years or 7 years, he just came to me and said that I will take my words back, and like I really appreciate your work. And one thing I just wanted to announce everyone that youth voice and youth movement is the most powerful thing on this planet Earth. If we don't speak what we are thinking inside ours, then no one cannot understand. Like we cannot take the what animals are thinking inside. We are just like animals in all over this. So we just like to speak. We have to speak. And मैं और एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ लिसिप्रिया के मैंने 19-20 का फ़र्क है शायद मतलब she said that we have to plant 1 tree every year, and it's a very good concept. And I am also on every festival I am gifting plants to all over the people and encouraging to plant 1 tree at every festival. So like so many festivals are there in India. So if in around 1 year, if we take around 10 to 12 festivals, so one person will plant 12 trees every year. So it is so much in quantity. So I distributed around 3,500 plus plants, and now also it's going on. And also I just made a concept that in vote booth, there I distributed with a theme that ek vote, ek peड़. So I just in 2019 election and after March elections, I distributed saplings to all the people who come to give their vote. So by doing small steps, I am not doing so much big rocket science that no one could follow. I am doing just small steps and trying to make a little bit change in our society. And also, if someone of our youth or my adults might also give excuses that we have work, we have studies, how can we manage, how can we go out and like explain to 1 or 2 people, how can we plant trees? We are so many busy, we like scrolling reels and all. So I just wanted to say that
from class 1 to class 10. Right now I'm 11. I'm just absent for around 5 days from school, and not also for this purpose. I was just ill or some other reasons. So I just take out time. I just like to manage my own time. Take out time, read newspapers, read magazine, see every things where I am interested in, like wildlife, rhino, and the conservation of it. So I just like to give you a little message that we ourselves have to save this planet Earth, that no one is there. Like also, I would like to mention again her name, Priya said that there is no planet B, of course. So we have to think about our planet. This is what our ancestors have gave us, and what we will give to our children and grandchildren. So we have to take care of it. And at last, I would say that start small, that no one would, if someone comes and interrupts, just say that I am doing my own work and bring something change in the society. That is.
I think both of you have indeed proven that age is just a number and there is no age to create an impact. And today we can all take a pledge on the ideologies that yes, we will gift out saplings, we'll gift out plants on every festival, and as gift rather than going into more consumerism, as was discussed in the previous panel as well. Etia moi Ashwini Bonraj aru Rajiv Kotoki debole ahibo bisarisu. Apnaloko enukwa dhoroner kiba challenge face kore neki apnalokor schoolot. Jod lora swali bahirot besi khelibole hoyto mon dibo pare, football khelibo lagibo, kintu conservation ba ecological understanding hey heritu he monobhabtu apnalokor lora swali pai ne na pai aru keneke apnaloke aru besi hiotok he dikhole agbঢ়াই nibole mane procesta koribo.
তেনেকুৱা চ্যালেঞ্জ আমাৰ স্কুলত নাই, কিয়নো গাঁও এৰিয়াৰ স্কুল হয়, ভিলেজ এৰিয়াৰ। তো তাত আমি ষ্টুডেণ্ট আমি বেছিকৈ আমি কেনেকৈ পৰিৱৰ্তনটো এতিয়া সলনি হৈ গৈ আছে, এতিয়া যাতে সলনি হৈ নাযাওক সেইটোৰ ওপৰতহে শিক্ষা দিওঁ। কিয়নো আমি যদি এতিয়া সংৰক্ষণ কৰি নাৰাখোঁ, তেন্তে আমাৰ আগৰ যোনটো প্ৰজন্ম হ'ব, ছেকেণ্ড জেনেৰেশ্যন, কেনেকৈ থাকিব আমাৰ এইটো পৃথিৱী। সেইটোকে আমি চাই এতিয়া আমি ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবিলাকক স্কুলত হওক, সামাজিক মাধ্যমত হওক, তাৰপিছতে উৎসৱ পাৰ্বণ হওক, সেইবিলাকত গৈ এৱাৰনেছ প্ৰগ্ৰাম কৰি আমি ইহঁতক বুজাওঁ যে কি কৰিলে কি হ'ব বা কেনেকৈ আমি এইখন আমাৰ পৃথিৱী পৰিৱেশ সংৰক্ষণ কৰি ৰাখিব পাৰোঁ।
অশোক বড়ো দেবলে আহিবলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ, আপোনাৰ কি মন্তব্য এই দিশত?
ধন্যবাদ প্ৰশ্নটোৰ কাৰণে। মই এই ক্ষেত্ৰত নতুন প্ৰজন্মকহে মই কিছু ক'ব বিচাৰিছোঁ যে পৰিৱেশ ক্ষেত্ৰত আমি যিমানখিনি শ্ৰেণীত বা স্কুলত যিমানখিনি আমি প্ৰেক্টিকেলি শিকাওঁ বা কেনেকৈ গছপুলিডাল ৰুইকৈ তাত কি পানী দিব লাগিব, কি সাৰ দিব লাগিব, এইবিলাকৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত আমি শিকাওঁ। তথাপিও আমি বৰ্তমান যিখিনি নেকি যুৱ প্ৰজন্ম আছে, তেওঁলোকে মানে এই পৰিৱেশৰ ওপৰত অন্ততঃ 1 ঘণ্টা নহ'লেও আধা ঘণ্টামান সময় পৰিৱেশৰ নিয়ন্ত্ৰণৰ কাৰণে বা নতুন সৃষ্টিৰ কাৰণে কিবা এটা কৰিবৰ কাৰণে তেওঁলোকে আগ্ৰহ হোৱাটো মই বিচাৰোঁ। আৰু এই ক্ষেত্ৰত আমি বিদ্যালয়খনত আমাৰ যিবিলাকে অৰ্গেনাইজাৰ আছে, ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন, বালিপাৰা ফাউণ্ডেশ্যনে হওক, আছাম ইনভেষ্টমেণ্ট এডভাইজাৰী ছ'চাইটিয়ে হওক, তেওঁলোকৰ সহযোগত আমি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক আমাৰ বিভিন্ন ঠাইলৈ নি, ফৰেষ্ট এৰিয়া হওক বা পৰ্যটনস্থলীতে হওক, তেওঁলোকক আমি লৈ যায়। নিয়াৰ পাছত তেওঁলোকক আমি পৰীক্ষা এটা কৰোঁ যে তাত কি দেখি আহিলে বা কিবা পৰিৱৰ্তন দেখিছে নেকি, নে কিবা কৰিবলগীয়া আছে নেকি, তাৰ ওপৰত আমি কিছুমান প্ৰশ্ন দিওঁ, সেইবিলাকক তেওঁলোকে মেইনটেইন কৰিব চেষ্টা কৰে। আৰু এতিয়া নতুন প্ৰজন্মই পৃথিৱীখন সলনি হৈছে আগৰ যিটো চিটুৱেশ্যন বা আগৰ পোনপ্ৰথমে আমাৰ এখন ভগৱানে সুন্দৰ এখন পৃথিৱী দিছিলে কিন্তু আমি উন্নতিৰ কাৰণে বা নিজৰ স্বাৰ্থৰ কাৰণে আমি পৃথিৱীখনৰ যিটো পৰিৱেশ এই পৰিৱেশটো আমি নষ্ট কৰি পেলাইছোঁ গতিকে আমি উঠি অহা প্ৰজন্মক যাতে সেই পৃথিৱীখন আকৌ ঘূৰাই দিব পাৰোঁ আগৰ যিটো নেকি পৃথিৱী আছিলে যিখিনি পৰিৱেশ আছিলে যিটো আমি জীয়াই থকাৰ কাৰণে যিখিনি দৰকাৰ আছিলে সেই গোটেইখিনি পাইছিলোঁ কিন্তু বৰ্তমান গ্ল'বেল ৱাৰ্মিং বা ৱেডাৰ চেঞ্জ এইবিলাকৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ এতিয়া কি হৈছে আমাৰ পৰিৱেশটো বিনষ্ট হৈছে গতিকে এই ক্ষেত্ৰত উঠি অহা প্ৰজন্মই যাতে অলপ হ'লেও চিন্তা কৰি পৃথিৱীখনক আকৌ সুন্দৰ কৰি কৰিবৰ কাৰণে চেষ্টা কৰিবৰ কাৰণে মই আহ্বান জনাইছোঁ এই ক্ষেত্ৰত চিন্তা চৰ্চাবোৰ এনেকুৱা হ'ব লাগে যে আৰম্ভণিটো নিজৰ ঘৰৰ পৰাই কৰক বা নিজৰ এৰিয়াৰ পৰাই কৰক এই গৈ পেলাই গোটেই পৃথিৱীখনকে সলনি কৰিব এটা কথা ক'ব চিন্তা এনেকুৱা হ'ব লাগে যে থিংক গ্ল'বেল এক্ট লোকেলি থেংক ইউ
So from what we heard from Osini Bonraj aru Ashok Boro Dangoria, we understand that it is community-based model that can make environmental education more hands-on and also meaningful in today's scenario that we are facing. I would like to come to Dr. Sapna Medhi now. Dr. Sapna, you have been associated with a lot of community projects. Can you also share with us how sustainable tourism models can empower both youth and protect the ecosystem, protect the environmental ecosystem and the forest ecosystem? Your experience, you had a long journey on this. We'd like to listen from you, your stories.
Thank you, ma'am, for this question. Actually, conservation per se, there is not a single career which is particularly standing on that concept, conservation, and it is a thankless job. Like the youth leaders will tell you, they have faced a lot of challenges. So there is not one particular job or one particular skill that will take you towards conservation and will also bring in a proper livelihood. So it is a non-profitable job like that. But then when we are incorporating conservation or that particular awareness at every step of what we are doing for livelihood, I think that is one thing that all of us can do. And maybe just making the people aware, me as a teacher, when I go into the room and I tell them about the practices that they can be doing outside after they pursue a particular course and how they can bring in sustainability, very small ideas. So I think each of us has a role to play in that. And when, just like I said, well, you'll see all the speakers before our panels as well, everyone who has been a part of this HF and even outside, you'll see that they have been talking about what they can do when it comes to sustainability in their particular areas, in their particular professions as well. Even the corporates are thinking about it, and they are getting aware about how to bring the sustainability model into force when we talk about the community, when we talk about the environment and conservation as such. So coming to that again, ma'am has asked about, that is how I do, that is what I do. Anywhere and everywhere I get a chance, I just barge into and I get myself associated, whether it be a theater or eco-theater or anything, because tourism is such a vast subject. And anything and everything unique that we have to offer to people who are coming from outside, who haven't experienced a particular concept or experienced a particular lifestyle or haven't seen a particular destination or hasn't seen a particular concept transformed into reality, is a product in tourism. So when we are doing that, there is a lot of chance for linking livelihood along with sustainability practices and livelihood with conservation. So I have been associated with such an unique project which is called the Dengrali Eco Theatre. It's an eco theatre festival which is being organized every year on the last Saturday and Sunday of December. It has been 3 or 4 years. So these practitioners actually, they come from the theatre background. They are into art and entertainment. So how they have, brought in the sustainability or the conservation aspect. The entire theater is in amidst a bamboo grove, where it forms the curtain, the backside curtain, and then it's a stage that is made of mud. The gallery is of earth, and then there is an afforested area which belongs to this particular couple, and they have afforested the entire area. And so because they are from the theater background, they are into arts and entertainment, they have brought that concept wherein there is no unsustainable material used while they are preparing the stage or while they are preparing the seating arrangement for that particular area. So much so that the entire theater or the entire plays have to start when there is daylight and have to end when the sun goes down. And there is no concept of using mics or sound or light. It has to be in sync with nature. And because that area is full of birds, residential birds, so they cannot disturb nature, they won't disturb nature. So any play that doesn't go with their idea of sustainability or nature-based theme, like, you know, if there is more usage of power or more usage of electricity or sound system, then they simply deny. So, but that's a challenge again. So again, that entire theme, when we bring in the sustainability concept, that's a product for tourism. People come to see how they are doing it. And when they are doing it, there is livelihood not only for those theater practitioners, but also for the community that live beside that particular project, because they sell their homemade snacks. The entire area is inhabited by the Kabi community of Assam. Women, they come in their dresses, they sell their traditional food, and also there is an art and photography museum as well, wherein the young people, they come and they showcase their skills in photography, which is nature-based. So these are products actually, and this is a sustainable tourism model, I would like to say, because sustainability as a concept came in the 90s and 2000s, and when the world demanded for it, because mass tourism was showing its negative impacts. But then people will move around. We cannot stop people at their homes, and we want people to move around because it leads to, you know, international understanding as well as earning revenues, international foreign exchange as well. So when we're speaking about this sustainability concept, it is just about the awareness and the idea how we want to go about when we are linking conservation with livelihood as well. There are a lot of other subsets which have come under that overarching framework of sustainable tourism, like community-based tourism or community-based ecotourism, alternative nature-based tourism. So when we bring in these linkages, because conservation, if somebody is doing conservation, they also need to go on ahead with their life. They need to think about what next they will be doing, and that needs money, to be very frank. But then, if when we are doing things and we are getting the revenue, or we are also going ahead with our life, and at the same time we are also giving back to the community, giving back to the environment, showing what we are doing, selling it as a story, and asking others to join us in our campaigns through the medium of tourism, what better can be that? Though this is an idealistic situation, I'm not saying that achieving 100% of it is possible, but even if we are achieving 50% or 60% of it, I think we are doing good in terms of linking livelihood and conservation, and also giving back to the community while they are holding on to their indigenous systems, the knowledge, because these living traditions, they need to be conserved, they need to be preserved, and when the world knows about it, I think there will be people who would be coming ahead with bigger ideas, with smaller maybe steps or innovations to keep them alive for the new generation to learn from that. And I think that is where innovation, conservation, livelihood, tourism, revenue, all these things can merge when taken, I think, in the right way. I hope it answers your question.
Thank you for helping us see how education evolves with ecological consciousness. Now, moving to David. Now we are at the intersection of ecology, community livelihood. Now, another challenge that the society faces is waste management. So can you give your opinion on this intersection of ecology, waste, community, livelihood, your ideas?
Sure, thank you, ma'am. And yes, so in my very short career so far, I've been able to put my hands in different hats, and one has been waste management. So, you know, when it comes to sustainability and particularly waste management, the Northeast and the communities in the Northeast are no strangers. I mean, we have had, we've been role models in terms of sustainable ways in managing waste. But the thing is that there have been certain challenges that have come up in recent times, changes in consumption patterns, the lacking of infrastructure to handle these changing consumption patterns, and primarily another issue, not just in the Northeast, but all over India, is the issue of this excess agricultural residue, but something where it's been ignored towards the Northeast. So in this aspect as well, I think where the youth can come in and bring in innovation. So there's one thing that I always believe is that innovation is most powerful when it applies and amplifies local knowledge and local systems rather than replacing it. And so one of the ways, definitely, so since I work a lot in the behavior change space with my organization that I work for, one is that instead of replacing traditional knowledge, the youth can definitely bring in the awareness by bridging that traditional knowledge with modern ways, future ways. That is one angle, and especially if now we talk about, like how ma'am had even mentioned that, you see, there's also need for like financing these aspects. One is that if the youth want to use this sort of channel into entrepreneurship, there are many ways to do it. Sustainable, produce can replace, items that like, for example, plastics. Again, I don't want to villainize plastics, but particularly when it comes into being an ecological hazard, there are many sustainable ways that traditional systems can be used to replace that. But so like I had mentioned about the biomass issue over here, India generates over 750 million tons of agricultural residue and biomass each year, and there's been too much of focus actually towards the North Indian belt for this matter. But there's a lot of potential when it comes to the northeastern side, particularly when you look at paddy residue, for example, or bamboo in that way. And in this sense, not only one is that you can, that the youth can actually tackle this issue of handling this, but can make sort of, so an entrepreneurial case for this as well. Like I had mentioned that I do work in the space of climate finance, particularly carbon credits, ways such as turning biomass into biochar. Biochar is something that is so in demand across the world in one way. And other forms can mobilize by starting with carbon credits. Again, I am also not an advocate for carbon credits to be an end game, but as a means of enabling to start your financing your enterprise, and then moving on to other ways that can be used to finance. So waste management in that sense can become not only a problem solver for the region, but actually become an entrepreneurial opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you, David. Now coming to the closing of this very, very active discussion, I would like to place one opinion, I would like to draw one thought from each speaker's panelist voice. Like, how can this youth and community partnership, how can we strengthen? Because as individuals, if we keep our activism stronger, yes, it will be strong, but we need to connect with the community. We need to have a unified voice. So what can be certain ways through which we can reach out to have a more stronger youth community partnership, strengthening our conservation efforts and our conservation outcomes? I would like to hear from each of our distinguished panelists. Can we start with you, Suhan?
First of all, one information I want to share, because I didn't share last year. So during these years, our rhino population has increased around 30%, and the poaching has decreased for around 92%. So it's a very amazing knowledge that we are getting for our motherland, for our Assam, that rhinos are being poached now less these days. So what is the real reason behind. Of course, the government is there, the forest, the who are in charge is there, and many other peoples are there. But the main base who are involved is the communities, the people near the Kaziranga National Park, near national parks where rhinos are found, the youths who are taking out campaigns through social media or physically in many of the places, schools, colleges, etc. So, like, we are the main power. Like, not we can say that government koribo aro ami to normal manu hoy tenoka bhabile nohobo, means like we have to take steps. Like, আমি তো নিজে ষ্টেপ নিজে খোজকাঢ়ি ভোট দিব গৈ আছোঁ, তেনেকুৱা আমাক নিজে ষ্টেপ ল'ব লাগিব। ইউথকো কৈ আছোঁ, আমাৰ নিজে যেনেকুৱা আমি অফক'ৰ্ছ পঢ়িবতো নাযাওঁ নিজে, বাট পেৰেণ্টছে যদি কৈ আছে পঢ়িব, আমি যাওঁ পঢ়িব। চ' নিজে যে গৈ আছোঁ, আমাক নিজেই ইয়াতে আগবাঢ়াই আহিব লাগিব। আমি যেনেকৈ নিজে ফোন চাওঁ ৰিলেটেবল, চ' আমাক নিজেই এইবোৰ বস্তু কৰিব লাগিব। চ' মই like I am not a very special kind of person. I am also a student. I also give exams. Today I came from directly from school giving my physical education exam. I am also ill sometimes, and like I just think that মোৰ সবৰ মানুহৰ লগত কি হ'ব, মোৰ সাৰাউণ্ডিংছৰ লগত কি হ'ব, কি কেনেকৈ মই আমাৰ কামবোৰ আগবঢ়াই লৈ যাব পাৰোঁ, কেনেকৈ আমি মিনছ সৰু সৰু ষ্টেপছ কৰি পেলাই আমি আমাৰ এনভাইৰমেণ্ট বা আমাৰ ওৱান হৰ্ণ ৰাইনৰ কনজাৰ্ভেশ্যন, গ্ৰ'থ আৰু পাব্লিচিটিৰ কাৰণে মই আগবঢ়াই লৈ যাব পাৰোঁ। যেনেকুৱা মই আমাৰ ওৱান হৰ্ণ ৰাইনৰ পাব্লিচিটিৰ কাৰণে মই অল অভাৰ ইণ্ডিয়াত মই কেম্পেইন কৰিছোঁ। কিয় পাব্লিচিটিৰ কাৰণে মই কেম্পেইন কৰিছোঁ, কিয় মানুহক লগ কৰিছোঁ, সেইটো মই লাষ্টত কৈ আছোঁ। কিন্তু লাইক আই ভিজিটেড ডিফাৰেণ্ট tourism offices, different places, and encourage the people that our one horn rhino is found in Kaziranga National Park. I like promoted one horn rhino. I met different Bollywood celebrities, including Akshay Kumar, John Abraham, and many celebrities are there, Katrina Kaif and all. So I met different influencers, different politicians. Even I met Sir Narendra Modi, not on this purpose, but I proposed him for a more impactful conservation on one horn rhino. And he really appreciated me, and this was a great success for us, for Assam, that one horn rhino, as I told, is being poachless. So why basically I invite people to Kaziranga National Park? Why I invite big celebrities, big politicians, two presidents, Sir Ramnath Kovind and our present president, Ma'am Drupadi. I invited them to Kaziranga National Park, and they came. And so what is the main purpose of inviting them? Like, aise to nahi aayega, or like, means if they come, there will be a concerning that rhinos are being found in Kaziranga National Park. So many people, আমি অসমত থাকোঁ কাৰণে আমি গম পাওঁ যে কাজিৰঙাত আমাৰ ৰাইনো পায় বা ৰাইনো কি হয়, কিন্তু in India only many people don't know what is one horn rhino, and this is very concerning because one horn rhino is the pride of our Assam. And so for this I invite the people, they tell everyone that about it, and many of the followers also come to their like increase in the publicity. What will happen if the increase in publicity of the one horn rhino? So number one, of course tourism will increase, more people will get employed, and number two is that if let's take an example of product. If one products get publicity and many people are attracted to it, if after 2 or 3 days, if the product will, companies will say that we will close, we will discontinue the product, then the people who love that product, who are known to them, will try to save that product. So it same thing we can relate with the one-horn rhino. So if more people know them, more people, if something happens, in some laws and all are exchanged and some many rhinos were killed in the future, so people will come out in streets and like they will protest. So I am like making the base very strong. And also regarding climate change and global warming and tree plantation, I plant many trees and encourage in every. I also made a poster and did with the environment department of Assam, that like I go to different colleges, universities, and give them the date, like there are all the basic sustainable needs what we can student do, not very complicated things, like we should turn off the lights, like basic things everyone knows, but no one follows. If in school it is teached and like studies, you go and do that one and tell me what you have did in a list, so it will be very impactful. So I just wanted to say that no big platform is such needed for this work. We have to like do small work, and we have to do for our people, our environment. Thank you.
Can we hear from Dr. Sapna about the Youth Community Partnership? Final closing remarks before we wind up the session.
Yeah, actually, today is an example in itself when we are hearing Priya speak, or Udayveer or Suhan for that matter. And I'm sure there are many others who are doing in their own capacities. And what they are doing actually, they are not only doing for themselves, because whenever they are doing something good, the benefit goes out to the entire community, to the entire state, actually at a global level. So it's not that everybody can come out and do what they are doing, but when they are asking something, the only thing that we need to be is aware about our actions. We might not be able to go out and have that courage even, or parental pressure or peer pressure or the societal pressures, but we can at least see what they are doing and how we can help them in our own, small ways, how we can contribute, to their causes. It's as simple as that. It's just about, every day morning when we wake up and we go to sleep, how have I reduced the negative impact on the environment today? Doesn't mean that we should go out and plant trees every single day. But I think if there are trees in our surroundings, not cutting them will suffice even. I think it will help you too. Even that single thought or that single awareness, I think, can lead to, the ripple effect of, what they are doing will be multiplied into, the impact will be positively in a big way when everybody is doing or thinking in that way. And because the youth is energy, you are filled with energy, you are filled with innovative ideas. I'm sure when students are sitting here, some of you are already thinking about what you want to do in the future, what you are going to innovate, what you are going to invent, how you are going to make life easier. I'm sure a lot of you must be thinking about it. So you are the energy. And also when we are saying about things that is going to impact the entire community, or what things we are doing that we are going to impact our surrounding itself, it is also important sometimes to listen what your elders have to say. Maybe not everything, but that intergenerational collaboration, I think, is also important, because the elders have the experience, they know what the problems they have seen, what they have faced. They might be able to give you genuine ideas, and the youth have the energy, you are tech savvy, and yes, you have a lot of energy, a lot of ideas which you can bring into the people who are not aware of that, maybe the older generation. Even when I look at myself here and I see you and I see them, I feel outdated. There are a lot of things which I do not know. There are a lot of things that you know, or maybe we have experiences that we can share. So apart from that youth, community, or that, collaboration between youth in different parts or different sectors, I think because when we are speaking about environmental stewardship, it cuts across all disciplines and all sectors. And everybody has to join hands in each sector to make it possible. Because when we're talking about rural tourism, again, nowadays a big thing has come up, that green infrastructure, the rural infrastructure. We see now that the vernacular models of architecture were more sustainable than what has come up now. So that, yes, that thought, that awareness, just that simple awareness of what I'm doing, what I am studying, how can I, bring a positive impact in my own small way, how can I add to their or someone's initiatives, I think that makes a lot of difference in the long term. So I think that collaboration amongst the youth and also the intergenerational collaboration can go a long way in multiplying these positive impacts.
Thank you. And that's coming from the voice of an educator. Yes, when we are talking about youth, the school children and the university students who are seated here and also would be watching this show, of course, their first connect is their family, and their second connect is the education setup and their faculty members. And that's coming from an educator, makes a lasting impact, of course. So with this, we come to the closure of this very, very interesting and engaging discussion. We got lots to learn from the young voices, Lisipriya and Suhan, and we pledge today, on behalf of all, that we will surely plant a tree, we'll gift trees to everyone that we know, who we know on every festival, taking your ideology. We will include climate reduction in curriculum, the propositions that you made in this platform, and also we can surely pledge to undertake multiple roles, keeping one role as our priority, that do something small, even if it is small, but towards the conservation of our ecosystem, towards our environment. And these little small steps will surely create a beautiful world in near future. So I thank all our distinguished panelists for joining us in this very, very important forum, which is going to take the messages across the world, and our voices will be heard, and we'll have a more stronger, unified voice in the future to come. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for an insightful and deeply grounded discussion indeed. It was full of emerging ideas, young-spirited inspiration, and traditional knowledge that can be combined to shape stronger environmental futures. We move on with the felicitation of our distinguished panelists. I request Professor Bipulnath, Sir, to kindly come forward to felicitate our guest, Ms. Lisipriya Kangujam, Child Environment Activist, Manipur, from Manipur. I also request Dr. Bipulnath, Professor Bipulnath, to also felicitate Dr. Shapna Medhi from Assam Skill University. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sithiparna Dotto to come over stage to felicitate our guests. Mr. Ashwini Banraj from Bogijuli High School, Balipara. I also request Dr. Sithiparna Dotto to felicitate Mr. Udayveer Guha Sarkar from IRA Ecological Solutions. Thank you. I request Dr. Anushi Borua, professor from the Department of Botany, to come over to felicitate our guests. Mr. Suhan Malik, young environmentalist and rhino conservation campaigner. Very inspiring. I also request Madam Anushri to felicitate Mr. Ashok Kumar Boro, assistant teacher from Bogijali High School. And at last, may I request Ms. Shruti Bhattacharya from Assam Investment Authority Society from Balipara Foundation organizing team to felicitate our moderator, session moderator, Dr. Banani Das Hazarika. Moving ahead with the closing act, may I request panelists to come forward for a group photograph for our record. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close this two-day edition of the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, on behalf of the university and the organizing team, I extend our sincere gratitude to the Balipara Foundation for partnering and getting us exposed to these distinguished dignitaries who joined us from government institutions, corporate organizations, civil society groups, conservation collectives, and academic and research communities. Your presence, insights, and commitments have enriched every session and reaffirmed the shared responsibility we hold in shaping a sustainable and equitable Eastern Himalayan future. Also to the participants who engaged, questioned, listened, reflected, and contributed, thank you for being part of this collective journey. With heartfelt appreciation to all who made these 2 days impactful, I formally bring this forum to a close. Thank you so much. I request the delegates and the participants to join us for a lunch.